Discord right away. That's a lot of cheese. I'll look at it closer when I know for sure crispy bacon is here. That's a lot of cheese. All right, we are live, everybody. How's it going? I just remembered the audio. There's going to be an audio delay and an echo, so let's take care of that. First, the echo. Done. Next, the delay in the audio, because we were playing the Switch recently. I can't afford one of those fancy Elgatos that don't have a delay. This thing are a couple $100. There we go. Mine's working well enough. So. Definitely don't want to spend that money when it's working well enough. You know, I think my mic is going to be the first thing to go. And then my computer is probably going to be after that. I think my computer is going to go before my Elgato goes. Let's check these seeds real quick. So how's it going, everybody? Who's all here so far? Yeah, they're doing things, these seeds, but I still want them to go a little bit further. Just a way bit further. It's weird that this one is not on the side. I'm pushing it on the side. There we go. Fixed. So that's the cayenne. And these should be the... Oh! Wow. Yeah, these already have almost a quarter of an inch. Yeah, a quarter of an inch for a few of them. Yeah, alright, we're gonna put these in the ground. I'll do that tomorrow. But not today. Today I'm busy. Until dark, at least. Hell, tomorrow I'll be busy. With all the tomatoes and stuff that I have to pin up. We missed the first 30 seconds of the stream go live, and all I heard was seeds. Yep, no problem. That's why I didn't do the cheese stuff too much. I just looked at it without zooming in. But here we are. Here's the cheese. Cheese. So we got the Take It cheese. Wow. All right. Wait, so you open it up and it says almost there. Where did it open? Okay, that one opened. Why didn't this one open? There we go. Let's open them now. Refrigerate upon delivery. Unpack and enjoy. Oh, I just realized I was turning off my camera instead of the display. My bad. All right. Cheese. Look at that. Bliss. Pepper Jack. It almost looks like it says sneaky cheese, sneaky fresh. Oh wait, there weren't none. There was one more picture. Buffalo wing cheese. Ranch. Hot pepper. It's flavored. Cajun. Jamaican jerk. Garlic and dill. Cheese, curds. So far, everything here sounds super delicious. With the cheese curds, the pepper jack sounding the least of the delicious, because these are flavored cheeses. These are like probably delicious tasting, and then they have buffalo flavoring and pepper flavoring and Cajun flavoring and Jamaican jerk flavoring and garlic and dill flavoring, tomato and basil. Bloody Mary, well, I guess more tomato, but with like more of a tang to it. Not sure. But yeah, these are just natural cheese curds with no flavoring. Other than the cheese, which, you know, probably tastes great. And pepper jack, I've never hated pepper jack, but pepper jack's one of my one of the cheeses that I'm not as quick to choose. Like if there's some cheddar somewhere and some pepper jack, I'd choose the cheddar. And I like spicy stuff. I don't know what it is. There's something about pepper jack is just let's see. Like, does it have bell pepper in it or something? Because I feel like they have bell peppers. And I don't like bell peppers. Bell peppers, like, overpower everything from me. But I've had pepper jack cheese that I love. Yep, sweet peppers right there. I knew it. Does pepper jack have bell peppers? Yes, pepper jack is made with bell peppers, and that is why it's not one of my favorite cheeses. I dislike bell peppers. I think that bell peppers are a bad pepper, because if you make a gallon, you can make like a gallon of chili. And if you take 1 tablespoon of bell pepper, the whole fucking thing just tastes like bell peppers to me. It's just an overpowering flavor. And the flavor is just not my favorite. But it's cheese, so I still love it. As far as pepper jack cheese, I still love it. I still would choose pepper jack cheese as a thing to eat over most foods that weren't cheese. But I must have had pepper jack without bell peppers, because I've had some pepper jack that tastes delicious. That they use some kind of other sweet pepper that isn't a bell pepper, like a banana pepper or something. Yeah, with pepper jack, it's the most mild of bell pepper flavors. Like, they must have the most minuscule amount of bell pepper in there. How's it going, Soren? Hey, Soren. Did you buy me a video game? Curious about this. I can't remember. Was it you who bought me this? I can't remember who bought me that. It's been too many years and I've forgotten. If it's not you who bought it for me, then I don't think whoever bought it for me is currently a viewer anymore.
Is there something we are awaiting?
Thank you for participating in my cheese reveal. Oh my god, I'm amazing. Well worth the cost of my cheese affliction. Cheese, yeah, that's a... I got the cheese affliction too. I just can't afford my drugs anymore.
My time to shine.
Taking point.
Being good coffee and cheese.
Yeah.
It's not a disease, it's an obsession. Ah! So, I came from this direction. Is there anything in there I want to do before I leave? I don't think so. Hit that button. Yep, we've 100% of this dungeon, it looks like to me. Doesn't look like Soren's here, or it looks like he's on a delay. One of the two. I have detected a rather significant change in the scenery. Yeah, it looks like we're in prison again. Guess it really was connected. So that path we just took was an escape route back in the old fortress. Days up. You probably want a few ways to get out of the city. Why is it auto-advancing? The thieves are nowhere to be found. Let us be cautious as we proceed. Red flags, the purest of beans. Shall you use a French press? Yeah, what's that other one? That one that looks like a beaker. Yeah, I just drink cheap coffee now, crispy bacon. I can't be fussy over it. Too expensive to be fussy. Got to make tons and tons of compromises. All right.
Off we go.
I suppose that we investigate further before proceeding on. I mean, you're not my dad. Stop proposing things that I don't want you to do. So we're looking for a prisoner in that cell there. Alright. Well, I'll open every cell but that cell. How about that, huh? Damn it, that cell's already open. Well, I won't look at it then. I'll avoid looking at that cell until last. What? What's going on? The treasure chest appears to be empty. Oh, I'm trapped! Oh, blah, 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 blah. It's a trap. We've been locked inside. Skip. I gotta reload now. Skip. Are you serious? How many cutscenes am I gonna have to fucking skip to reload the game? Should I just restart the fucking game? Finally, Jesus. When I say skip, it's because I want to fucking skip everything. Dumbass. You know what? I'm just starting over from this. It'll take less time to start because this game is so shitty with its saving and where to find the saves that it actually takes less effort to reload now and for me to run back to where I was than for me to find the autosave, to find the correct autosave. Alright, so... Oh! There isn't a, I thought there was a cell with a person that I walked past and a cell with a treasure chest, but no, there isn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Off we go.
Very well then. The treasure chest appears to be empty. Gasp! Well, shit. It's a trap. We've been locked inside. See, you don't understand, Crispy Bacon. If my coffee isn't on sale, I don't buy it. You underestimate how cheap I'm being. Alright, one moment. I gotta find something here. That is. Oh, there it is. Ah, bah. Stretchy. Okay. Back to the game. Grahahaha. Well, look at what we have here, a Monstrum's menagerie. I forgot that word for a second. Serves you right. Oh my lord. I knew I had a bad feeling about that chest ever since I first laid eyes upon it. Good thinking, boss. Even your intuition has to be right twice a day. Even your intuition, I think, is what I was supposed to say that. You need to worry about them chasing us down anymore. No need to worry about them chasing us down anymore. All we gotta do is go back the way we came and we're home and scot-free. See, scot-free. This is what I mean. In Middle English, Scot became biscot, which refers to tax paid to a lord. Bailiff, or French, was escot, and eventually the modern word became scot, which literally means exempt for tax. Scandinavian comes from a Scandinavian word. From this day onward, we'll be the ones known as real monstrums. Actually, scratch that. Everyone, just start coming after us instead. Boss, you might want to look at this. What? You're trying to gloat here? We're trying to gloat here. There's so many. Where do they even come from? Oh, we're so scared. Monkey poo! This ain't good. Come on, let's skedaddle. Skedaddle, you say, huh? They're coming in from behind us, too. You gotta be kidding. Quick, let's hide in an open cell for now. Hurry up and shut it. Is he gonna lock it? Seriously? Whoops. You nincompoop. Nincompoop. Let's look up where nincompoop came from. Where does the word nincompoop come from? Nincompoop has a history of unusual as its meaning. Ooh, okay, hold on now. One hypothesis includes connection to the Latin phrase non compos. So there's just a guess of where it came from then. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hypotheses about where it came from. There'd just be like, this is where it came from. Meaning not of sound mind. Alternatively, nincompoop could simply be an elaborate base on ninny, which may come from innocent. Nincompoop was first recorded in English in the 1670s. Wow, older than I thought. Examples of nincompoop used in a sentence. The emperor certainly came across as a nincompoop as he paraded around in his new clothes. I don't like this website. They could have did better. Etymology, uncertain. When's the first known use of it in literature? See, another person is talking about Nicodemus in the Bible. Or ninny. Foolish or silly. I think ninny is a more likely What about the middle bit? Because you would just say nin poop. Where'd the nin cum poop? The C-O-M. Where does that come from? Oh, here we go. Non-compass as well. The Latin non-compass, sound of mind, not sound of mind. So it could come from combining ninny with compass. Could have been nin compass or something. Ninny compass. And then someone, it evolved to nincompoop maybe. Yeah, maybe. You nincompoop. I said shut it, not lock it. But wouldn't they be able to get in if we didn't? If I didn't? They don't have hands, you idiot. They're going back. Haven't you seen Monty Python movies or TV shows? Of course. What kind of a question is that? It's as silly a question as asking me the average speed of what was it? Sparrow? I think. They're going back. We're saved. 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 Saved how? Every single one of us is in the clink. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Kya ha ha ha. Why does he do kya? I hate that. I don't know. Starve to death, I guess? Don't play coy with me. Ain't you monstrums the real deal? Do something about this. I heard that your mother was a hamster and she smells of elderberries, by the way. Phew, thanks for the save, Crimson King. Impressively done. I was not previously aware one could escape in such a manner. Like a walking utility knife, this guy. If you're done patting yourself on the back there, could you let us out too? Please, we admit defeat. See, Soren, you are here, so let me ask the question again here. You just leave us little old here's to rot, would you? You'll have to return the statues you stole from Artisan Lane first. I'll ask the question again now that Soren's here. Soren, did you buy me this game? Or maybe you remember who bought me it? Because I can't remember anymore. It was so many years ago. I was saying if you didn't buy it for me, then I don't remember who did anymore. It was a regular who bought it. Maybe, let me check something out here. Maybe, let me break out the olden day Google image search, not image search, but, searchies. I was doing some Google image searching today, trying to find a thumbnail for a video I'm making. And boy, I just hate Google image search now. It's so trash. They ruined it. Like, just fire everyone who had anything to do with that, changing it, and then revert it back to what it used to be. So, Steam. Open Steam. Let's make sure I'm not sharing the screen. Okay, I'm not. Because I'm going into my profile. I don't know if it shows personal information like passwords and stuff. Select your name on the top right corner. Select account details. Select view purchase history. Control F far. It's not listed. I think it was Cozy Sundew. I think Cozy. Yeah, I think it was Cozy Sundew. Now let's just say Cozy's name. I feel like it was him. Loan sales. It doesn't show up in your purchase history. If someone gifts you a thing, it doesn't show up in your purchase history. That's kind of lame. It should just show up as a gift. It's just a gift from and name. Why doesn't it show up? Oh, maybe it's because I need to load more transactions. So maybe it does show up. I didn't realize it didn't load all the transactions. All right, so now let's check FAR. Yep, no, that's Far Cry. What the hell? Loan? No, it doesn't show up in your purchase history. What? That's lame. Oh, let's see. I can give you the best way. I don't have it on YouTube because YouTube gets pissy about thumbnail about linking stuff. But I should put it there again. I think this should be it. This here gives the most amount the most directly. Where it's like a couple of percent are taken. Whereas like everything else, that'll take like 30 to 50%. But the Streamlabs gives the most of the amount directly, if that's what you're looking for. Because it sounds like that's what you're looking for. It says you can't figure out how to send iReal Life money without media wanting a piece of the pie. Well, I support you. Now, There we go. All right, let's close that. I don't remember having your real life information, by the way. You said you have my real life phone and real address for Google. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you've ever given me those things. All right. But yeah, if you're thinking about just planning to throw in a couple of bucks and you're, hey, how's it going, Go Shaper? If you're thinking about throwing a couple of bucks and you're not comfortable with doing it on platforms like YouTube or the Google's platforms and things like that that take a cut, then yeah, that link does the least. Speaking of which, let's take a look at where do I do the I haven't done this stuff in so long here. Twitch, so merch, panels, thumbnails. Oh, they do multi-stream too? How many? How many at once? Hold on, something's not right with this. Maybe that might not be a good way at the moment. Let me check this here. Sorry about this, guys. But him asking that question has me trying to figure out. Like, I clicked on a thing and then it's telling me I need to update some kind of information for some reason now. So I'm like, trying to figure that out. Hmm. Okay. All right. I definitely need to figure this out now. Gone from curiosity to something I need to figure out. Let's see. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, shit. I haven't received that yet, so. Ugh. What? I gotta do it through a link? What happened? Why do I need a link? What? No, I don't want to do it like that. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Oh, okay. It did work. It's just that I'm getting charged through this. Okay. 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 Really? So then how much was already in there? Okay. All right. That's fixed now. I got that taken care of. Let's close you. Hey, detective. Have a nice one, man. Okay. I do need to take care of this as well, but I think I could take care of this later on. I don't need to do that during the stream. This was more important, though. I feel like there's something else, though. Oh, yeah, that is what I wanted to check. That's awesome. I got a bunch of cool people here, man. Move you over there. Let's close you. You here. Minimize you. Move you here. And switch back to you. Alright, now I gotta get my controller to turn back on, so... Controller... Where I set it. Ah, there it is. I set it behind my drink, because my drink had fallen. Luckily... I basically drink out of a sippy cup now. Just an adult sippy cup. I like my drinks to stay cold, so I have a, you know, like a metal thing to keep it cold. I don't use the straw though. I pull the straw out, put that to the side, and I don't, because straws get nasty over time. You know, I don't want to be dealing with that. All right, we'll do as you say, but you gotta open the cell at the same time we give you the statue. Sure, Scout's honor. So, what do we really do? You're dealing with a surprisingly convincing bunch here. That's a good point. What if we have to put the statue down in the back before we open up the door? I see. That way, we're able to recover the statue after they have left. Fine by us. We're putting it way back here, see? After all the trouble we went through to steal it, boss? Dry your tears, old comrades of mine. I'm just doing what's best for our future. The saint statue. Alright, if you thieves could just gather in the front, at the front of the door. I need to refill my drink, actually. It's, I'm out. Try anything funny and I'll make sure you end up in stitches. We're done playing tricks. Now hurry up and let us out. Prince and King, what would you do? What would you do? Don't scare me like that. What's gotten into you this time? Oh, Hawk, what did you just do? Just a little energy signal we knights like to use. I'm willing to bet a few of them are already on their way as we speak. You set us up? How could you? Do you Monstrums even have hearts? I do not, as it happens, for I am a doll, you see. The signal came from over here. Who goes there? And here comes the cavalry. I feel a little bad for them now. Cry me a river. If they wanted room service, they shouldn't have gotten caught. Though I wouldn't have put it past them if they strolled right into the knights on their own. Most assuredly, this outcome was inevitable. Well, mission complete, I guess. Come on. We'd better scram before they catch us too. You ain't seen the last of us. You guys are just awful. A disgrace and all. We'll get you for this. That is pretty mean. They said they would set them free and then they broke their deal. I don't like that. I wouldn't have allowed that to happen. You make a deal, you stick to it. We're back where we started. Doll, what made you snatch the statue up like that all of a sudden? I cannot say for sure myself. I simply could not contain myself the moment I saw it placed on the floor. Before I knew it, my body began to move as if it was on its own accord. The hell's that supposed to mean? It's not like you've got crap all to do with the saint. Indeed, it is quite peculiar, to say the least. Well, at least now we know the prison has an escape route that leads out of the city. We've been making all sorts of progress ever since Adel joined us. And that full moon Grimwald wasn't anything to sneeze at either. There's no wonder Aprellis has had such a hard time dealing with it. Now that the matter is resolved, shall we head back into the city? Yeah, I'm starved. I concur. What? Do you even get hungry? I do not, in fact, for I am, as you know, a doll. I merely surmise replying in such a fashion would duly continue the flow of the conversation. Yeah, just the opposite, actually.
I'm gonna get going.
You can walk around with her. I've already done it a bit, Soren.
Don't want him finding out I've been skiving off work.
She has a disguise. So when I came back to town the first time, they gave her a human disguise over her clothing. I mean, they gave her a pedestrian disguise to wear over her a Monstrum outfit. It looks pretty much the same to me, just a little bit more stuff. I think you can see it if I move my head. See how she has this dark brown dress, and then underneath it there's like this white and gold. I think the white and gold is part of her Monstrum outfit, and the dark brown stuff is the disguise.
But today wasn't half bad.
He takes his duties as a knight pretty seriously, doesn't he? I guess he actually is a good person. I must also take my leave. I do not wish. I guess he actually is a good person. If you could get past everything else. I must also take my leave. I do not wish to inconvenience the Rheindals. I will make certain that the statue is returned to them. Oh, yes! Thank you very much! She's gonna put it back herself? I hope she doesn't get caught. You know it all. In the short time we spent with those two, I feel like we got to know them a little better. Still, we haven't learned anything more about our gifts. And I was hoping to at least learn something about Aprellis.
I haven't got a clue about that her either. I'm sure we'll find out. We'll find out eventually.
Do you really think so? During that full moon Grimwald Nox, even Aprellis was distraught. I feel like there's a lot more coming that we won't be prepared for. But all we can do is keep going and give it our all.
Yeah.
You do? Oh, I should get back to the shop. I'll see you later, Adol.
Are all my party members leaving? Do not make me lose all my party members when it goes back to them, please.
What happened?
Hate that in RPGs.
You know what I'm talking about. I mean how those thieves robbed the shops on Artisan Lane.
Oh, you mean those thieves who were found locked up somehow? I heard that the Monstrums tricked him into a prison cell and then left him there.
Hey, are you still here, Detective Castillo? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but
that means they must have broken into the prison again. I wouldn't be surprised if they found their way into this tower one of these days.
Speaking of surprises, isn't the Knight's facility... No, never mind.
Hey, you can't follow something like that with a never mind.
Uh,
I wouldn't be surprised if they found their way into this tower one of these days.
Speaking of surprises, isn't the Knight's facility... Let's just mind our own business and do our jobs. Come on, let's finish these rounds.
I still got my sword. I've still got. I've still got. I wonder when they're gonna explain what I'm doing here. This is what, the third time now? I don't remember how far I have to go before I'm into a new area. I know I'm still doing what I did before. Yeah, I remember doing some stuff on the roof. And there was the drawbridge that I was able to open over here, but I couldn't open the other one. And I couldn't jump up into these things either. This one worked, but this one didn't work. The lever has rusted considerably. It doesn't seem like it will budge. And then try to come up from this direction and there's nothing. Not quite sure why they blocked that off. It doesn't seem to have a point, but you know, whatever. I think we're almost back to where we were. Yep, this is where we were. We met the guy in the pot. So we're gonna meet him again once we go down the stairs further. Luxurious carpet lines the floor. Is that what that is? Just what is this place? Alright. I'll poop on your carpet if you don't tell me what this place is, whoever's in there. The poop bandit will live. The poop bandit will prevail, I mean to say. There we go. Where in the world is this? The setting unfolded before you looks nothing like the inside of a prison. I can say I expected our next meeting to happen in here of all places. I'm laughing about the poop bandit. The ridiculous title I came up with. The government general caught wind of my little illicit dealings, you see. I'll just be taking it easy from here while things cool off outside. Wow, I heard Celcetta's government general was harsh, but sheesh. Would that those in control were just a little more lenient, huh? I completely agree. At any rate, I've procured the goods you wanted, just as requested. In return, all I ask is that you continue your patronage with us after your release. As shrewd as a businessman as always, I see. I'll be sure to keep you in mind. Okay, I have a lot of places I can go in here, apparently. And there's red quest markers. So, let's go in here first. What the hell? What the hell? Hee, hilarious. There's no honey so sweet as the misfortune of others. To think he ended up in a prison after all. The wheelings and dealings, hee. So is this like the posh prison? Do they whinny like ponies here? I asked this man here to procure a new painting for my collection. It's expected to arrive next month. I can hardly wait. I've never seen your face around here before. You may walk about as you please, but do not overstep your bounds. Any flagrant violations will result in your privileges being stripped away, or so it says on paper at least. Suspicious! Yeah, they got like a rich person prison, man. What the hell's up with this? Some of these folks are downright cruel with how they treat those under Rom's dominion. But hey, money talks in the end. We all know it to be true. And thanks to this lot, I've been able to pull a pretty tidy sum, if I do say so. Alrighty then. Time to get to work. I'll need to make a killing if I plan on getting into the upper crust myself. Is Crispy Bacon still here? That Crispy Bacon disappeared too. I already talked to all these people, so let's do the exclamation points. It seems like an important one here, but there's two on the side too. Hey Vapor, how's it going? Yeah, dropping like flies. Everybody's disappearing, man. Alright, inmates, form a line for admission. I'll be checking your access passes, so make sure to have them out and ready. My goodness, all this procedure just to enter the special sector. As if the small fortune I spent on my admission fee wasn't enough. Well, personally, I'm sick and tired of living in those communal cells. I shall be moved here sooner with how long I have left on my sentence. You make a fair point. But don't forget that the new warden, Belger, doesn't exactly care for this place. One can only wonder how long it has left. Well, if it's all yours, if that's all you're worried about, you can freely rest. Those admission fees are one of the prison's greatest sources of revenue. It won't be easy to Hey, you two. No chit chat until you're inside. Sorry about that. Who does the soldiers think he is? Thinks he's your daddy. That's who. There's an inspection underway. It's best not to approach any closer. What a disturbing rumor. Ooh. What rumor? Tell me. Tell me! Suspicious. Yeah, let's go this way first. I had the misfortune of incurring the wrath of a certain provincial nobleman. During my scramble to escape, I eventually settled on staying here. Thanks to this prison, I can live life without a care in the world. Compared to what awaits me outside, it is far, far safer within these walls. What's with all those doorways over archways? It's weirding me out, man. I wonder how my reputation is faring back home. What if I bump and knock over these people? I feel like they'd get more mad than most, since they're so preppy. Hello. How are you today? Come to think of it, I don't think I've even so much as seen him today. That would be because he's a loony. You're a loony. I'll bet he's gone off to the chapel all by his lonesome again. Honestly, that boy's done a terrible job fitting in with the rest of us. And it's certainly not for any lack of wit on his part either. Why he even came in here to begin with, I'll never understand. Yeah, I'm wondering what happened to Crispy Bacon and the other fella, detective. They disappeared on me. I guess I just have to do the other side, and then whatever happens, happens. Oops, from the inside. Indubitably. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. Sheesh. Do they really need us patrolling around here to begin with? Come on, don't say that. We've got regular prisoners sneak their way in here before, you know. So what? I don't even see why we have to protect these rotten snobs anyhow. Well, someone is in a bad mood. Some tomfoolery, I bet. Indeed, Vepper. The most foolery of tomfoolery. Or maybe the most Tomish of tomfoolery that there is. Oh. Okay. I got a slouch, man. I can't take it. Well, someone's in a bad mood. How about we go for a drink after this? The guards appear to be making their rounds. It's probably not best. It's probably best to not approach them. Yeah, I'll decide what's best. Yes, indeed. Oh, it's Dracula's castle. You don't see that every day in another video game. At least I don't think I've ever seen that in anything other than Dracula video games. Have you guys? What am I trying to do to you, Vepper, on purpose? I don't even know. I don't even know how I'm accomplishing this thing. Yeah. Yeah, the broken tower held aloft by the stairs. The broken small tower that comes off of a castle that is held aloft only by the stairs that lead that only held up by the stairs that lead to the tower. I've never seen that in anything other than Castlevania, I think. Not that I recall, at least. I've never seen it in anything other than Castlevania. To my recollection. Here we go. That's how I should say it. To my recollection. Yes. Yes. To my recollection. What is this? I'll be back, guys. Oh. It'll be a quick back. Be right back. Not a long one. Don't worry. Oh, boy. Oh, God. Oh, man. My legs. Oh.
Okay, time to move. Okay, time to move.
Indubitably. That's right, I was going to refill my water too, so. A little bit longer, I'll be right back with refilled water.
Gotta tread carefully here. Gotta tread carefully here.
Hey, how's it going, Private Tomcat? Oh boy.
Okay,
I'm back.
time to move.
Oh, I'm back. Man, my hands are all cut up. I hate when that happens, you know? You go outside and you do manual labor with things, and
Gotta tread carefully here.
then you come back and hands feel a bit weird. You wash them. They sting a little bit, and you're like, I wonder what'll happen if I put rubbing alcohol on my hands. And then tons of little spots all over your hands that burns, and I'm like, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I knew I should have worn gloves. Didn't feel like it. Alright, so. Oops. Gloves. So I need to try to do the restreaming stuff. Not using Restream. So pretty soon here, I don't know, maybe even tonight, or maybe like in the middle of the night. I don't know when. I gotta test these new options I have found to mirror streams other than the Restream website, which is greedy as shit. All right. All right. All right. You this month's newcomer? Let me set you up with a few ground rules then. You see no evil nor hear no evil. Ma'am, does Epstein come here or something? Stick your neck out and I'll get chopped. Did Fantasia have a tower like that? I don't think so. I think it's literally only Castlevania. Maybe... Oh, hold on. Maybe there was a tower. I feel like there might have been a tower like that in Kingdom Hearts. I don't know. Pididdy's not in prison yet, is he? I mean, if he goes to prison, he's obviously going to go to a prison like this. You know. When they hang people like him, they do it with silk ropes, right? They're better than us. And that's if they get hung, which they never do. The death penalty for someone wealthy who commits grievous, heinous crimes? Never. What is this? A civilized world full of justice where people are treated equally under the law? Shit, no. This is a fascist country run by a bunch of fascists who claim to be communists for some fucking reason, as if that's better. Alright, so let's see. This is cozy little establishment. That much I won't deny. But I can't say I'm fond of the fact that any lowborn could saunter in for the right price. It's funny, remember how only like 8 to 12 years ago they were like, the left are not communists, they're just social democrats, that's all. And then the left started calling themselves socialists, and they're like, no, but why are you calling them communists? They're not communists, they're socialists. There's a difference. I used to think of them as communists way back then myself, but now over the past like 6 years I've come to realize that they're just fascists. I should have known the whole time. Do you know what the big tell is? They are what they claim everyone else is. It's the big tell. I should have known the whole damn time. If they're calling someone something, that's what they are. It's always been that way. But yeah, the biggest tell is how they interact with businesses and intertwine the government with those corporations. Like pure fascist. Like all the things that they do. Like they're way more fascist than they are communist, even though there's very little difference between those two groups of people. People, like, I've always thought it was strange that people try to say one is left-wing and the other is right-wing. I'm like, what? I mean, they are on different sides, but they're on different sides of the same coin. They're definitely not left and right wing. That makes it sound like they're far apart from each other. They're pretty much identical. But I can say I'm fond of the fact that any lowborn could saunter in from the right price. I mean, that that's why they changed size so much, bro. Like, they couldn't make up their damn mind. And each one is like, no, your thing is our thing. And the other one's like, no, your thing is our thing. And they're like, no, that was ours first. And like the when they say it's right wing, they mean it's the right wing of communism. Yeah, I can see that. I just I see, like, if I was to create my own political compass, the authoritarian right would be more like a monarchy. A traditional monarchy, I would think, would be the authoritarian right. Whereas the authoritarian left is both communism and fascism. It's the same exact thing. And the left, where it's more liberal minded, would be no government. I think that would be the left, where it's more liberal minded, where it's just like, it's chaos. You know, those people who are just like, they want chaos. The anarchists, it's just. And then the more liberal minded right wing would be limited government by the people. That's how I would make it. Yeah, I know they claim that, but like, where's their evidence? That's the thing I'm curious about. Like, where's their evidence? Do they even have any historical evidence of this? Like, go back 100 years. They can go back 100 years. Where is this historical evidence of this? I want to see it. Not even evidence for today. That would be impossible. I'll give you 100 years of history. Like, where is this? Well, that's if you want to have the political compass be two-sided, then that would work, Vepper. And that would be, at that point, I don't like that though, because I don't think conservative values, which is what I see as right wing, I don't think conservative values are necessarily freedom related, because I see conservative values from the right where they're more tradition based. I see right wing is more tradition based and left wing is more radical, like progressive based sort of thing. And so the progressive authoritarian side would be fascists and communists, and the progressive liberal side would be anarchists, and the conservative authoritarians would be monarchists, and the conservative liberals would be limited government by the people. That's how my brain has always seen it. Because that is one thing that I have seen historically, in America at least. I'm not talking about other nations, but in America, Looking at the history of how things have been going and stuff like that, it seems like the left is always the progressives. They're always pushing towards some sort of thing that the rest of the people don't want or aren't ready for, either one. With the only exception being, like, and I don't think it is an exception, would be slavery. Because if you think about it, when the country was being founded, the majority of the states did not want slavery. They didn't, like, the majority of this, but there was a few states that said, we will not join this union unless you let us have slaves. So they were once again like the outliers, right? Like trying to push for something that the rest of the people aren't ready for or willing to have completely. And so the Civil War was just an extension of that. That was bound to happen because of the 3/4 thing. Like, that was a little ticking time bomb. Don't be like that. Why? It's thanks to them that we have no excess or boredom. Wait, we have no what? No excess of boredom. Okay, there we go. I'd call that a more valuable commodity than anything in here, wouldn't you? I suppose you do have a point. It's just, for me, I don't see that, like, to say that the extreme right wing is fascism and the extreme left is communism doesn't make sense to me, because those two things are nearly identical. That would mean that the political compass is like a horseshoe. That doesn't make sense to me. I would put those two ideologies, which are nearly identical to each other, right next to each other. And I would put, like, communism further down and to the left, with fascism a little bit above that, because they at least sort of pretend like that there's an actual marketplace that's free. It's just they manipulate it a lot behind, and sometimes just overtly. Whereas the communists don't even fucking pretend. They're like, no, all your shit's ours, and we're gonna micromanage every fucking thing and take it away from you. So I would put them as even more authoritarian. But ultimately, it comes out to the same thing. It's not like, that's why one of the reasons I say they're so close to each other, because it's the same result, right? It's like, it's like two sides of the same hammer, and the hammer is it's a two-sided hammer. Both sides are a hammer. One side doesn't pull nails, just both sides are a hammer, and it's like, ha! And then you flip the hammer over and you hit it from the other side, and it's like, well, you did the same thing. Like, yeah, but I'm using the other side of the hammer. It's like, yeah, it's the same exact thing, but I use my left hand instead of my right hand. It's the same fucking thing, man. Like, what are you doing? Like, the outcome is exactly the same, and most of the means are the same. It's just some are more overt than the others. Like, you're basically doing the same thing. It can get complicated depending on how far back you go. I tend to stick with the 19th century as well, as what I know most about. Yeah, I don't know. I just know that in today's society, where it currently is, I couldn't ethically, like, condone just about anything that they do politically. I would say like 90% of our politicians are corrupt. Like some absurdly high number like that. It's just absurd. It's frustrating to think about. I used to be able to ignore it a lot better, but the problem is that they've ruined my life so much, and on top of them ruining my life constantly, they're now pushing propaganda at me at all times. And it's just like, could you just get out of my fucking face? It's like someone stealing your money, and then instead of just disappearing, they like come back and they wave a gun in your face after the fact. They're like, ha ha, I took your fucking money. But really, I deserved your money, if you know. Like, you didn't deserve that. You didn't earn that money. I took it because you didn't deserve it, and I need it more than you. It's like, man, just fucking get out of here. You stole my money already. Would you just fuck off? That's how I feel about the government now. Like, they fucked me over so many times in my life, constantly. And rather than just leave me alone and occasionally fucking me over again, they're like in my face at all times after fucking me over. Go away. Just go away. Go away until you're about to surprise fuck me again. Gussie, up for the nightly ball? Would be for naught if you couldn't show them up. Oh, you, I trust you'll accompany me into tonight's function. But of course, milady. I think the reason why a lot of anarchists, or I should say zero government people, I wouldn't consider them anarchists really, but like people who think that no government and then people will govern themselves in a civilized manner. Those people, I think the reason why a lot of them feel right wing is because, like, there's very little on the left that's not authoritarian nowadays. Even the left-wing anarchists, instead of being like free people who are like, we'll do what we want, wah, and we'll cause chaos too, whoa. Instead of them being like that, they're just like, even they are authoritarian. They're like, we're gonna force you to do what we want you to do, yeah, while we burn down your fucking cars, woohoo. I'm like, what the fuck? So I could understand why in modern times it feels like the left is authoritarian and the right is liberal. That's what it feels like in modern times, based on who's on whose side. I don't really quite understand our anarchy, since I don't think I've seen them. I think it's madness. Those people who think that somehow like people will just take care of the roads and everyone will agree to be non-violent, and if something happens, a little posse will form. No, absolutely not. So what happens when I decide I want to run the place? What do? Oh, you get a few people together to stop me? Well, the problem is I've already gathered thousands of criminals who will rape and murder you. Now what are you gonna do? Oh, you're gonna gather a few thousand people to stop me? Well, the problem is I did it first, and we're well organized, and we're extremely fucking violent. While you're trying to organize, we killed most of you. Because you're all isolated and you're all like doing your own little groups and cliques. We killed the biggest groups of you that we thought were the most threatening right away. Now we run your country. Your country that you thought was a free country where there was no government and all that other stuff. Now there is a government. A warlord who's extremely cruel and will rape and steal and pillage is now in charge of everything. And then after a few generations, things will mellow out again, because either that person's children will, that person will do such a bad job that they're displaced by someone else who does a better job, which ends up meaning more freedoms and more like treating people more fairly. Because if you treat people too badly, they just keep rising up over and over again, and like maybe assassination attempts and all these other things, and if you're that evil, then the people under you are probably evil, and they're likely to stab you in the back to take what you have. So eventually the warlords take over, and then things kind of mellow out and go back down to a bit more of a they still like a bit more of a livable sort of government once again. But yeah, there's just no way a warlord will show up, and you will learn of that warlord's presence by the death of your largest, most organized groups of protectors, and then it'll be too late. Like, that is how it works. Like, you just can't have no government on a large scale. It's just not gonna work. I wonder sometimes if they're like doing the big deal, the art of the sale thing or whatever, just ask for something preposterous and then try to get something like to compromise. But I don't know. I think that they're pretty much the same as those super hyper authoritarians. I think that they're just like, if we can get an inch, we'll take that inch. But really, like those people who claim they're like, oh no, we're just, I might be a communist, but I'm not trying to advocate for the death of millions of people and to do this and that. And then it's like, oh, okay, so you just want to go up this one step, right? You just want to do this one thing here. It's like, yeah, that's all I want to do. Okay, you got that done. Now what do you do? Oh, well, I do this next. It's like, uh-huh. And then what do you do? Oh, I do this. Uh-huh. Now people are resisting, but you have all that power, and there's like people trying to fight you. Now what do? Oh yeah, we killed them all. Uh-huh. So really, you're trying to claim that this step here is your political position, but really your political position is way up here where your end goal is. Like, I get sick of people who do that. Like, it's like, oh, what's your end goal? Oh, my end goal? Oh, it's the death of everyone who disagrees with me, because that's the only way my ideology would work. Uh-huh. And you're not evil? No, of course not. Of course I'm not evil. Wanting the death of everyone who disagrees with me because it's the only way my ideology would work? Oh, why would that be a bad thing? Oh no, that's perfectly normal. Oh look, it's like it's about time to swap out. YouTube doesn't understand sarcasm, so everything I've been saying in a sarcastic tone, YouTube has been like logging that down in a text file. So as far as YouTube's concerned, I want to rape and pillage, and I'm a super authoritarian person whose end goal is the death of everyone who disagrees with them. Like, there's a text file somewhere in YouTube's computers now that says that's what I am. Oops, I didn't do that. To them, that's not necessarily a bad thing, though, by the way. It depends on who I would be doing it for. If I'm doing it for the left, then I'm a good guy. If I'm doing it for the right, I'm a bad guy. Because they believe the ends justify the means. I've been over that too, haven't I? Do you want to know why the ends never justify the means under any circumstances? Because who makes it to the end? If the way you make it to the end is by being a horrible, evil person to get what you want, then why would you stop when you get to the end? Do you suddenly have no desires? Does these horrible, evil people who will do whatever that they can to get what they want, do they just suddenly stop wanting things because they have the government that they want? Or do they keep wanting things, and when they can't get it, they do the same evil shit? That's why the ends don't justify the means, because the people in charge are the ones who did the evil things after you have that sort of line of thinking. That's even putting aside morality, by the way. When it comes to the reason why the ends don't justify the means, and you add the ethics and morality to that question, well, it's because you're doing evil. You're not supposed to do evil. It doesn't matter. Just don't do evil. But if you want to add for the greater good and all this other sort of thinking, then the reason why it doesn't work is because the people in charge are the people who did the evil things, and they will continue to do evil because that's the kind of person they are. Let's cut the chatter and start making our rounds around the blocks. We best get a move on, or the warden will never let us hear the end of it. It appears the guards are no longer on watch. I could go downstairs, but let's go forward first and see if we can. Yep, they're still there. All right, let's go downstairs then. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Trapdoor is held shut by a sturdy lock and several nails. It won't budge in the slightest. This seems almost comically excessive. What could have happened to warrant this? We've been here before. As the other Adel. This is the first time we've been here with this Adel. And that floor right there is normally blocked by a pile of junk when we're here with the other Adel. So that's kind of odd that it's not. Or is it? I don't think we've been to this chapel. This appears to be a chapel. It's quiet and serene with no sign of people. I don't think that they have Christianity in this game, but that looks like an angel. I guess it's a flowing robe. It looks like an angel reaching down from the clouds.
Whoa! Don't scare me like that. Sheesh. There's not usually people in here this late.
What are you doing here? You gave me quite the scare as well.
Sorry about that, my friend. Fair warning. I'm always here around this time to catch my daily nap. Wait a sec. You're not... Don't take this the wrong way, but you don't belong here, do you?
I'm a prisoner, actually.
That's not exactly what I meant. Well, I still haven't been able to find my bearings here in the special sector either.
What makes it special?
Where to start? They call it that because only felons who can afford the hefty fee can stay here. You can dress however you want, and go wherever you want. To an extent. And you can even go shopping in here. It's not all that different from the outside.
Why does a place like this exist? Why would it? It's because of money. Why else? Damn it!
I knew it. This is your first time here. Supposedly, it was established when a Roman noble was held prisoner here. Not just nobles, but politicians, businessmen. Anybody with a name or the right amount of cash gets to stay here. They say that some politicians use this place to hide from their little scandals.
Does that mean you're someone important?
Do I look like someone important to you? The name's Marius.
You have those fancy shoulder things with the sashes on the side, so maybe you're important.
I don't actually remember much about anything before I came here.
Tassels, with the tassels, my bad.
Funny, right? Being punished for a crime you don't remember committing?
That's interesting. I'm pretty sure Adel 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 has the same problem.
How'd you end up in here?
What if Adel 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 isn't the only prisoner this has happened to? Maybe they imprison people, and then the people they imprison are somehow duped. Weird. After deciding to trust him, you tell Marius about what happened.
So, Adol's your name, huh? Being an adventurer must be an exciting job.
Hell yeah, it
I
is!
can understand why you'd be wanted by the Roman military.
Because they're jealous, that's why. Doesn't this prison seem strange to you?
Yeah, there's definitely something going on. I'm Roman, and even I haven't got a clue what I'm locked up for.
Ooh, let me click on this thing. What in the hell was that? Oh, public service announcement, by the way, guys. Don't buy solar eclipse glasses from Amazon. If you don't have any, then it's probably too late. You want to get them from a reputable dealer. Just so you know, like, don't buy anything off of Amazon that where your life depends on it. Or your health. Because there's so many fakes. And I was looking at that stuff and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't trust any of these. How do I find out if any of these are like real? So I started doing research, and sure enough, it turns out that during the last eclipse, a whole bunch of people got permanent eye damage because they used fucking Amazon solar glasses. Like, those people should be able to, each one of those people should be able to sue Amazon themselves for millions and millions of dollars. Because, like, Amazon has to be aware of all this counterfeiting that's going on. It's absurd. Like, even I'm able to spot it. And I'm not an expert. How the hell are their people not taking care of that? You only getting a partial? Yeah. But yeah, they'll be like they'll even counterfeit the certification saying that it's like legit. Like that's just evil. Like, making a knockoff of something, whatever, right? You're not charging a lot of money for it most of the time. It's whatever. Like, you're making some cheap Chinese knockoff of some dumb shit. Who cares, okay? But you can't make a cheap Chinese knockoff of, I don't know, a first aid kit. It has to function, right? It's like, oh, here's some blood coagulant. And it's like, oh, you use it and it doesn't fucking do anything. You might have just killed someone. You can't do that. Certain things you can't counterfeit, you fuckers. But apparently they do. So, yeah. And Amazon doesn't do anything about it. There's tons of people selling fake solar eclipse glasses on Amazon. I'm sure there's some that are real, but how can you know which ones are real for sure? Because they'll even say it's the name brand of a name brand, but it's actually not that name brand sometimes. And if you don't get the real ones, oh, it's just, you know, a little problem of permanent eye damage. So for me, I'm not even going to risk it. I'm just not going to look at the solar eclipse in real life. Because I couldn't afford to like do any of the reputable places because they were too expensive. And especially by the time I decided to think about it, it was too much money. Because you have to get a rushed, overnighted type of thing too. But it's not even that big of an eclipse. It's like a 60-something% where I live, so it's not that big a deal. But the next solar eclipse in the US is like in 2040s for. So I was like, yeah, maybe it's the last one for 20 years. Maybe I should, you know, try to watch this one. And so, but that was like yesterday I decided that. And then I started looking into it and I'm like, yeah, I can't guarantee that anything I buy is going to be legit. Like can you use a welder's mask? That would be something. I'm curious. Can you use a welder's mask to look at a solar eclipse? Some experts say. Let's see. It says noteworthy, most welding glasses are not suitable. Yeah, so even then, as using them can be risky for your eyesight. Only welding glasses with the darkest shade, level 14. So you have to get a welding mask with the dark level shade of 14 can protect your eyes properly. But these are uncommon and may not be available in many hardware stores. So yeah, even if I happen to like have a friend who has a welding mask, unless it's a like darkness shade 14, level 14, I mean, then the answer is no. So yeah, I'm just skipping it. And I'm not buying some welding mask from fucking Amazon. I would actually, you know, that's not worth it either. I don't even weld, so it would be a waste of money for me to buy. And as far as borrowing, I don't think I know someone for sure who would have that. So screw it. Oh well. There'll be pictures. I'm Roman and even I. Oh yeah, we already said that.
Let's say we work together to collect information. How about it, Adol? We've got a lot in common. Neither of us are supposed to be here. And you know what? I think we can be friends, too.
That might be our best bet.
Great! It's settled then. Okay, Adol. I can't wait to get started.
It's nearly time for the guards to begin making their rounds. It's best to return to the cell before they realize you've escaped.
Have you got someplace to be? Let's talk next time then. By the way, Adol, do you have an access pass?
What's that?
Oh, right. You wouldn't know about it. It's a pass that lets you come and leave the special sector whenever you want. You're usually supposed to get one with your admission fee. Things will be difficult for us as long as you don't have one. All right. I'll see if there's anything I can do about that.
That's very kind of you.
Don't mention it. We've got to look out for each other from now on. Well, I guess I'll catch you later, Adol.
The doll's search. Give me that juice.
Oh, Krisha, I wish you were here to see his face. Rodario was in such a panic after realizing that Anemona had also gone missing.
You two must have been so worried. They must have found out that Anemona wasn't in the shop.
Don't be ridiculous. You were the one blundering about like the world's end was at our doorstep.
That's right, I was. That's how any mother would react if her dear daughter went missing.
What?
When we returned to the shop, both Anemona and St. Rosvita's statue were here. It was as if they were never gone at all. The mysteries of the world never cease to amaze this old man.
Really? Wow!
But I've already told you, Rodario, it was Anemona. She was the one who brought St. Rosvita's statue back to us.
What makes you think that?
I didn't want to tell Rodario because I thought it would worry him. But Anemona has been going on her little outings for some time now.
Oh, not this nonsense again. A doll taking a stroll all on her own? This isn't a fairy tale.
The doll should, like, walk between them and join our party.
Then tell me, Rodario, who could have returned the statue?
Well, you see, the culprits are in prison, so...
You can think what you want, dear. I know what really happened.
The Raging Bull's treasure. I guess that's our next party member. And there she is right there. For some reason, she's pretending to not be the Raging Bull. Or she doesn't know she's the Raging Bull. One of those two. Oh, hey, Adel. Fine morning to you by adorable Krisha. Good morning. It's a great day outside. It's a great day outside.
Yeah.
A magnificent day indeed. I'll embrace it to the fullest. Now then. My, Credo's hard at work already. Hey, how many days in a row is this? We've got cleaning to do, you know. He's been like this every day. Oh heavens, cranky as usual. Did someone ruffle the feral hawk's feathers again? Something like that. That is how he gets whenever he fights an opponent he's unsatisfied with. You run around hurting people and you're the one who's sulking. You're gonna get what's coming to you someday. What? If you show people kindness, life will repay you in kind. But show them cruelty, and you can bet it'll bite back. You're starting to sound a whole lot like those sheep at the church. Sorry, but I don't believe in being nice as a quid pro quo. Whoa. What? That's not what I mean. Adel Krisha, back me up here. If someone's gonna come after me, tit for tat, for something I did to them, then I'll welcome it gladly. Frito. Hey, you. Looked like you were spent at Artisan's Lane. You look fine now. Oh, was just a little tired. But I'm better now, thanks to you all.
Excuse me?
I don't need to ask who they are. They're the farmer kids. How can I help you?
Yes, have you seen my sister?
The older lady must be
Wait,
her sister,
is
because
that-
those were the 3 farm kids, so it must have been an older person.
Elle? And Mark and Ood, too. Oh, I'm sorry, Adol. These are my younger siblings.
Oh.
Huh? Your siblings?
Wow, you have a big family.
I guess the cat's out of the bag.
What? There's a cat? Where?
We'd like to thank you for always
And why
looking
would you
out
put
for
it in a
Yuffie.
bag? That's mean.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
My goodness. Aren't they the most precious things?
You 3 know better than to come to the bar. What are you guys doing here? Is something the matter? Hey, we came all this way for you, you know?
Here, this is yours.
Japanese games and their PNG files to represent items. And often food.
You forgot your apron at home. We thought you'd need it.
Ah, shoot. I do, don't I? Thank you for bringing it to me. You're all so responsible now. Oh, I'm so proud of all of you.
We just didn't want you to break your promise because you forgot this and had to stay late.
Yeah, I know.
Did you have something planned?
She promised she'd take us to the Colosseum.
There's a Coliseum.
Yeah, it's... The Colosseum is located in the entertainment district.
It's a place where people fight, but they also host other events there.
Was there an event that the children were particularly interested in?
Hey, did you know? Yuba's boyfriend is there right now.
What?
Yufa! Ooh la la! Why is this the first time I'm hearing of this?
Boyfriend?
Getting some action, huh, Yufa? What are you teaching these poor kids?
I'm not teaching them anything. I mean, he's not my boyfriend. We've just been friends since we were kids. Hey, you 3, no more joking around, okay?
I was the one who said it.
Yep, it was me. Ood, I know you were the one who told her in the first place. How embarrassing. Anyway, he's a friend of mine who works at the Colosseum. He invited them to visit.
How lovely! Your friend is very generous.
Yes, he's really nice. We're looking forward to it. So make sure you aren't late, okay, Yufa?
I know. Thanks for bringing me my apron.
Well, we don't want to get in the way of your work, so we'll go home.
Aw, but I want to stay here with Yufa.
Elle, maybe if we finish all our chores, we could go a little early.
Really? Then let's hurry up and go home.
All right, you three. Be sure to come back soon, okay?
Okay.
Aren't they just the most darling little things?
Yeah, they're adorable.
If I remember correctly, Yufa, your parents.
Yes. They both passed away during the war with the Roman Empire.
Another orphan. I'm seeing a pattern in all the monstrums. Other than Adel, who I don't know if Adel is an orphan, but all the other monstrums that we know of, which are only 2, are orphans. Now, technically, the doll doesn't have parents either, because it's a doll. But, you know, none of them have parents. And the ones that are humans, they're orphans directly. Now, I believe Yufa is also a monstrum for some reason, not telling us. And now that it's saying that she's an orphan, well, just yet another sign that she is the Raging Bull.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It happened 8 years ago when the Roman Empire invaded Glia. My family lived on the outskirts of Balduc. We couldn't evacuate in time, and before we knew it, the war was right on our doorstep. Roman soldiers invaded our village. They would have killed us if our parents hadn't sacrificed themselves to save us.
You've been through a lot, Yufa. But you know something? I've never met anyone as strong as you.
What do you mean?
Anybody can tell by looking at those children how well you've raised them. They're responsible and they're compassionate. Wouldn't you agree, my dear Adol?
Yeah, you have a wonderful
Yeah.
family.
Oh, stop it, Adol. The war changed everything for us.
The lights are flickering in the other room. It's distracting.
But those 3 kept me going. I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe. And to make sure they can lead happy, peaceful lives.
And we'll always be here to support you.
That means a lot, Shantae.
All right, let's get to work.
I just want to directly ask her, it's like, why are you not telling us you're the Raging Bull? And see how she reacts. But, you know. New quests available on the bulletin board. New quests available on your mom. Oh!
Adol,
Good job out there, Adel. I was just hoping Archie would learn how to run an inventory assessment. Did you know Krisha is so smart? So does all the math in her head. She does all the math in her head. I think she's a prodigy. No, I'm not that smart. My sister is much better at this than I am. Oh, Krisha, are you ever gonna throw coins out again like you used to? Iris and I were talking about how fun it would be to run around picking them up. I'm sorry, Archie. I decided I wouldn't do that anymore. I realized that there are things that can't be solved with money. If you say so, Krisha. Here we go. Guess I'll just focus on my studies for now. I want to be a girl boss just like Krisha. That was really surprised Tito.
Bye-bye! See you later!
Archie's a quick learner, isn't she? She's gonna make a fine merchant one day, enough to be my competitor even. I asked Tito to sharpen my weapons. I was reluctant to trust a mere boy with them, but I cannot argue with the results. Just you wait, Lindheim. You're going to get what's coming to you.
Adel!
You know, Iris's knives has pretty much zero signs of use. Not even a trace of blood. Wait, why would there be blood? There should never be blood. Like, you don't want to leave that on a knife. Guess that must mean it's new or something, huh? That said, work in the forge really does help calm my nerves. Keeps my mind off the nasty rumors people are spreading about Dad.
Say the word and I'll make it. Let me know if you need. I'm ready and raring to go.
Ready and raring to go, boys.
Well, don't just leave me. I'm ready and raring to go.
I'll just do whatever the hell I damn well please. How about that, huh?
Time to show off my skills. Just leave it to me. Time to show off my skills. Just leave it to me.
Oh, I meant to enhance his weapon. I enhanced his weapon all the way. That's unfortunate.
Let me know if you need anything else. Come back anytime.
Yeah. I'll take everything you got.
Yeah, I do need something else. I need you to stop giving me copper and instead give me iron.
Okay, yo, bye-bye. See you later.
I don't think that's enough.
Yeah. Say the word and I'll make it.
Damn it. Damn it.
Well, don't just leave me. Come back anytime. Yeah. Come back anytime.
Damn it. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I only need one each? Oh, okay, yeah. Give me like 10 then. Because I'm sick of not having enough iron to get his stuff and I accidentally enhanced the wrong weapon.
I'm ready and raring to go. Just leave it to me.
There we go, that's better. Then we can enhance hers too.
Time to show off my skills. Time to show off my skills.
Not fully, I guess. But they also stole the doll from me. I'm so
Let me know if you
sick
need
of them
anything,
taking
come
my
back
party
anytime.
members, man. Boo! 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 Stop stealing my party members. Boo! Old man challenged me to a chess match, so I accepted, of course. I figured he's a pushover, but he gave me a run for my money. Always knew that was something up with him. But now he's got me even more curious. Speaking of which, I heard the old man is putting up some big shot requests. Look into it, will ya? It's on the bulletin board. I'll just talk to him in person, dude. I wish I could fulfill that request on my own, but alas, I am unable to. Of course, it's good to see you, little. You must excuse me. I was enjoying a chess match with Credo, and we got to discuss the knights. Don't be fooled by our vociferous friend. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say vociferous in real life. I've only read that word in books. He always seems to stay on one move ahead of me. Someone this astute may be better suited to be a civil officer than a knight. Be that as it may, I do not intend to surrender without a fight. Surrender now or prepare to fight.
Have a moment?
Show map.
Let's have a look. It doesn't seem...
You experienced firsthand how sharp he is. I do not believe we have ourselves an excellent contest now. That reminds me, I have a new request for you. I've received word of another innocent prisoner. A few days ago, we found an anonymous... What did I say? Anonymous? Like I put like 3 or 4 N's in there. Letter addressed to the Monstrums. I suspect that it will be even more challenging than rescuing Iris. Adel, would you hear me out? Of course. You have my thanks. Let us first gather the dandelion staff. We unfortunately do not have many leads, so combining our information is our best bet. So this is the letter. I am sure you've been made aware of the recent unjust arrests. 4 months ago, someone disappeared. Now I am positive that missing person was one of the innocent people detained. I believe that if you find him, you will unearth a motive, the motive behind these arrests. Ooh. The plot will thicken if we save him. Or really not thicken. The lid will remove from the plot so we can get a good whiff of it. Regrettably, I don't have any information on where in the prison he's being held. I've also learned that he's going to be transferred away in the near future. Where he's going, I also don't know. Something foul is afoot. Wait, someone's foot is foul? Tell them to wash it. Please save him. P.S. If you do manage to find him, ask him to remember the oath on the hill. He'll understand. That's not much to go on. Sounds sincere enough to me though. I think so too. Letters just like this one were found in the places Monstrums were cited. People are starting to talk about them. It's gotta be for the Monstrums. We have to free that prisoner then. Yes. It appears to me that this could be the prisoner with the answers we need. All this is reminding me of the prisoner of Azkaban. The prisoner of Azkaban. I don't remember how to spell Azkaban. Yeah, that's the movie, right? Yep, okay. And then the name, like the name Prisoner of Azkaban reminds me of the Count of Monte Cristo, which I also don't know how to spell. The Count of Monte Cristo.
The Count of Monte Cristo is a 2002 movie
Rich, I didn't tell
directed
you
by
to say
Kevin
it to
Reynolds,
me. I
starring
just wanted
Jim
you to spell it for
Caviezel, Guy
me.
Pearce, and Dagmara Dominchek.
I like that movie. The book was better, but the movie was fun. I should add that to the movie list. Oh, I saw a trailer for a movie I have to put on the list as well. It's called Fat Man. Have you guys heard about this? Batman. Um, there we go. Added to the list. I added some Will Ferrell movies to the list too. Gotta love Will Ferrell. The movie night list is just growing and growing and growing. It's getting massive, man. But without a name or location, I don't know where to start. Man, the Count of Monte Cristo. Do I want to read that again? I might. I'm in the middle of trying to read the Dune books again. I'm on book 2. Man, I can't tell you, like, the movies, the new Dune movies aren't worth watching if you care about the books. Alright, if they start this third movie based on the second book, it's gonna have to change so much. Because the second movie was an abomination when it comes to an adaptation of the second half of the book. The first movie was like an abridged version of the first half of the Dune book with some changes that were lame, but it was basically okay. But the freaking second movie, that's not even the second half of the Dune book. It's a different story. It's not even the same story. It should be like loosely based on a book called Dune. Like loosely based on. Because it definitely was not. Like it changed an absurd amount for no reason. Like there was so many things that they changed. It just made the story objectively worse and added plot holes and just it wasted your time. Like it was just so much. And then they blew their wad on the first movie with Duke Atreides. Like, why? Like, why did you do that? They skipped so much. I feel like I should have been 3 movies. Because yeah, let's put it this way. I think I can do this better with a visual aid, and this won't take long. I think a visual aid will express better just how much crap was. Okay. So this is the first book, all right? And then the first movie is this half. More like this half. The first movie takes place here. And the second movie takes place here. Let's see. Yeah, that makes things easier. So, let's see. First movie, second movie, right? So the first movie did this. So it starts out, and the plot of the first movie goes, they're getting ready to land. They're learning that they need to go. They're learning that they need to go to the Dune planet, and that they need to be in charge. All right. Then there's this. You know, that might be too much. It's more like this. Oops. Yeah, I think it's more like this. Yeah, I think it's more like this. So that's what happens. Like, the movie starts, and the movie starts over here somewhere for some fucking reason. Like, it starts with all this stuff that didn't happen in the books. And then it gets to here, and then it's like, okay, they've landed on the planet, and they start trying to they land on the planet, and they go to check on the spice on the spice crawler. And then they skip all of this. Like, half of the book is skipped. And then they get straight to the part where the Harkonnens are attacking. And I'm like, what the shit just happened? And when I say that they went from here to here, that they didn't do everything. They skipped a whole bunch of shit in here too. It's more like why do I keep doing that? There we go. It's actually more like this. Because they skipped so much here too. It's more like that they did something like this, where they start over here with some plot that didn't happen, and then they skip and they do something here, and then they skip, and then they skip, and then it ends. And I'm like, what? What about all this stuff here? You missed a huge section of the movie. I mean, of books. So that was kind of frustrating, but whatever. And even on this part is the same thing. Even though it's a short part of the film and the book, they still skipped a whole bunch. And then the second film. You want to know what they did with the second film? Here's what they did. There you go. That is how much of the second film was represented in the book. Now, we can come up with a different color. We'll come up with a different color to show what they changed and like pointlessly added stuff. This is the pointlessly added stuff. There you go. That's what it was to me. It's like all this was just skipped entirely. And then there's this pointlessly added beginning and this pointless addedly things here and there and this, but you know, it basically encompasses the book. And then there's some pointlessly added and changed things here and there. But in the second movie, the vast majority of the movie was changed or had pointlessly added stuff. I think the best example of it is the mother. The mother crying when she saw the lake. of water underneath the thing. Like, her crying for that just was stupid. Just absolutely stupid. It made no fucking sense. It was pointless, and it stole one of the most memorable parts of the book. So, when Paul killed that man, he didn't kill that man until they reached the Sietch. He didn't kill, like, in the movie, he just kills him right away. And then that's the end. And it was like, it wasn't even that big of a deal of a fight. They were like, oh, is he toying with him? And it's like, no, he's just never really fought someone to the death before. And then that was the whole thing. In the book, they get back to the Sietch, and that guy is complaining frequently. It's like a problem. When they get back, he's like, look, I don't believe it. I think this guy's full of shit. And he challenges him to one of their fights. And there's no backing out of it. The challenge has been made. Like, there's like Paul has to either fight or he has to have a second. And so Paul fights, and there's a bunch of stuff about them being worried about Paul, like the mother and whatnot, and Paul himself being a bit worried about possibly losing the fight because he's only ever fought with a shield. And then but it turns out that he's just so ridiculously well trained that it didn't matter. But the part where they think that he's toying with them is in the book as well. But it comes from two things. The first one it comes from is he hesitates. When he's about to land the killing blow, he slows down, and then the guy dodges. So he goes really fast, and then he slows down, and then the guy dodges. And he goes really fast, and then he slows down, and then the guy dodges. And so, like, why is he toying with them? Like it was starting to piss him off. Like everybody was getting pissed off. And it was because he was slowing down in order to get through his shield. It's just muscle memory. Because that's how the shield works. If you go too fast, you don't go through the shield. And then it became a thing where he didn't want to kill him, and he gets him to the point where he tries to get him to yield, but then everyone's like, no, there's no yielding. Like, this is to the death. Like, you have to finish him. And so then he kills him. And then there's this big thing about his water, and they're draining the water from him, and they don't drain his fucking water and dump it into the thing. They drain his water and they give it to Paul. And Paul's like, I don't want his water. That's gross, basically. Like, he doesn't say it exactly like that, but that's basically what it is. And it's made extremely an extreme point is made to him that like, he needs to accept the water. Like, there's going to be a lot of offense taken if he does not take this man's water, because that's part of it. So when he beat him, he gets all of his possessions, which includes however many hectares of water he had on him, however many hectares of water he had inside of him, all of his possessions, like his coffee service, his wife. He gets his wife too, and his children. He has to take care of his wife and children. He can either choose to marry them, or marry the wife, or he has to take care of her for a minimum of 1 year, and then she's free to do whatever she wants after that. And the same with him. And of course they removed all that shit because that would be sexist. So her whole character's been deleted because of feminism. So, you know, isn't feminism great? Delete female characters from the story and deprive another woman of a job because feminism. Yeah. And who's the sexist one? So anyways, so there's that. And then he meets the wife. She's upset with him because she understands that he's young, but she's kind of old. She's not old enough to not have children anymore, but she's older. And she's like, I'm not that old yet. You know, maybe you should consider taking me as a wife, because he's really strong, and their culture appreciates strength. And her losing to him, she doesn't like hold a grudge about that, not at all. She sees it. She's like because they're very practical people. So he may have lost, but that was his choice. Like he died honorably, and it was his choice. And overall, the tribe has gained a very powerful person who is going to help them. And it was called the Weirding Way, I believe. It's a weird type of combat that they referred to as the Weirding Way. And that's part of it, is that Paul isn't just part of their group and that's the end of it. He needs to teach them the way he fights in order to help them be better combatants in the future. And the mother is supposed to help with some spiritual stuff while Paul helps with combat stuff. So Paul's living with that guy's wife and taking care of the family. But you know, he's not having any of that. Like, he's not taking her as his wife. And sometime later, they have his funeral, the funeral of the guy that Paul killed. And in the funeral, people take turns standing up and say that they were friends of the person who died. Just randomly someone stands up and they go, I was a friend of such and such's. And then they explain like how they were friends with him, what that person did for them, and that's why they're friends for him. And then they take one of his possessions. Because like most of the possessions that were his go to Paul automatically. But there's a handful of possessions that are for the tribe. And they're doled out in this way. So after some time passed, people would start to look to Paul. Someone would get up, say a thing, and then they'd pick up a thing and they'd sit down, and then everyone would look to Paul. And then a little bit of time would pass, and then another person would stand up and say some things, take something, sit down, and then everyone would look at Paul. And the whole time this is happening, there's the inner monologue of Paul himself, of what he's thinking. And he comes to realize pretty soon that he's supposed to get up too. Well before they even started looking to him, he suspected that he was supposed to say something. And when they started looking at him, he knew he was for sure supposed to get up and say something, but he didn't know what to say. Everyone gets up and they say that why he was his friend. Like, how was this guy his friend? What did he do for him? Other than being the first person Paul's ever killed. Oh, and when Paul killed him, I don't remember if this happened in the movie or not. When Paul killed him, his mother used the voice on him. I don't think that was in the book, right? In the movie, I think. When Paul killed him after combat, she has an inner monologue on herself, and she's saying, this is the first time he's ever killed a man. I must instill the right frame of mind into him. She doesn't want him to become a merciless killer and start enjoying it. And so she uses the voice to like put as much disdain and disgust into what she said as possible. And she said to him, it's like, so how does it feel to finally kill a man? And she used the voice to say that, and like I said, put as much disdain and disgust as possible. And when she said that to him, it hit him like a bag of bricks, right? It was a big deal type of thing. And since then, he's been like moping around and feeling really shitty. And then the whole funeral thing's happening, right? And so during the funeral thing, he finally thinks of something. He finally thinks, and he stands up when they look at him. And he says that I can't remember the guy's name, but he's like, Jameis maybe? He's like, I was a friend of Jameis's. And he said that Jameis had given him a gift. He taught him the price of what it means to take a man's life. And then he went and he picked up, I believe, Jameis's instrument, the little hand instrument that he had. And then he goes back and sits down. But while he's doing this, he starts to cry. And everyone around him starts to like gasp and get surprised, because in their culture, no one cries, no one vomits, they don't waste water. And so when he started to cry, everyone's like, wow. And they were like, he's gifting water to the dead or something like that, they said. And so everyone started like walking up to him and touching his face and wiping the weight of the tears and licking them so that the water wasn't wasted. And so it was a really big deal, because he proved he didn't just say some moving words. He proved that he actually was Jameis's friend in a way, because he cared about him enough that he cried for him, him losing his life, which none of Jameis's friends did, because almost no one ever cries. It's a super rare thing in their culture. All of that was replaced with them sucking his water out, her looking a little sick, and then them dumping the water into a lake, and her crying, and then the one guy who was in charge notices, and he wipes away the tear and licks it, and he's like, don't waste water for the dead. Next scene. What the fuck? Like, can you see now? If you saw that movie and you thought you liked it because you didn't read the books, can you see now why I am disgusted by that movie? That's the entirety of the movie. It does that over and over and over again. It takes a moving, large, interesting section of the book and distills it down, and then mixes it with like some cheap, disgusting wine or liquor or some shit of some sort, and then takes a piss in it, and then it swirls that around and it goes, this is what the new thing is. It's not even like, it's like it bears the most passing resemblance to what was there before. They combined a scene where the tribe had been collecting water for centuries. They combined that scene with the funeral, not the taking of his water, and then they cut out the funeral. They stole Paul's tears and gave them to the mother because I don't know why. Took all the point of the tears and what meaning it had and just removed that. took the significance of the tears to the tribe and removed that and just did like a nothing scene that didn't fucking matter, that was boring. Like, I thought about making a video for it because I can't understand how, like, I've heard that there's some people who like the books that like that. I'm like, did you not, like, did you read the books like 40 years ago or some shit and you forgot what happened? How could you, I'm not even a fan of the books, bro. I'm not even a fan of them. The only reason I'm reading them a second time is because that's my rule. Whenever they try to like redo a thing or remaster a thing or re something, I tend to try to re-watch or reread the original because there's a reason they're re-reading it. They're re-reading it because the original is fucking awesome. So when they reread Cowboy Bebop, which I do love, by the way, I watched the original. I did not watch the fucking new one. I could tell just from the trailer that the new one was atrocious. But I trusted some people who seemed to know what they're talking about to movies, and I trusted their opinion and went ahead and watched those Dune movies back to back, and I fucking hated them. The first one was okay. It wasn't horrible. It just wasn't that great a job. It was okay of a job. Enough to the point where I was like, yeah, I guess I'll watch the second one too. But boy, I regret it. I won't ever fucking watch another one of those Dune movies made by those people. Holy shit. That movie was dog shit. Like, it blows my mind that people who read the books think that that's even somewhat passable of a movie. It's not. It's not the same story. It's so not. They removed all the best things and changed them. And some changes, there were a few changes where they made them because they thought they would be cooler. And on surface level, they are cooler. Like, the Baron is killed by Paul instead of his sister. On the surface level, that's cooler because Paul has his revenge. But it doesn't make sense. He shouldn't have been there. Like, it just... It made more sense for his sister to do it. And it added more to her stuff. They could have changed it in a way to where, like, they both did it in sort of a way. Sure. But the way it happened was Paul's son was murdered. Who doesn't exist in the movies, in the second movie, by the way. Paul doesn't have a son in the second movie. You see how much fucking shit's cut from it? Paul's son is murdered and his sister is kidnapped. You know, the one that's in the womb still by the end of the second movie? Yeah, she was... She wasn't pregnant anymore. She gave birth at a long time ago. You know that whole weird shit where she's talking to her womb constantly and having conversations with her womb? That doesn't fucking happen. Years pass. Paul doesn't spend a couple of months with the Fremen and learns their ways, and he's now one of them. He spends years with the Fremen, and it time skips in the book, but it's still years, to the point where he has a baby. His baby's a couple of years old. His sister's even older. His baby is murdered, and in that same attack, his sister's kidnapped. The sister is being interrogated by the Emperor and some of his men and the mother matron, Mary, whatever the hell they call her, mother something. My brain is blanking on that. And the Emperor is excited about Paul's sister because he thinks that she is a psychic. I can't remember the exact words. An EP or something he would say, like or I don't remember what they said, but basically he thought that she can read minds and she was psychic. So he kept asking her questions related to that, and she kept saying that she's not. But then the mother lady, not the character who's the mother of her, but the matron mother or whatever they call her, that matron mother, the one who tested Paul with the box, she's behind the Emperor. She's freaking out. She's like, this child is an abomination, it should not exist, and blah blah blah. And the kid is able to talk to her in her mind because of the way matron mothers work, because the child is a matron mother too. She went through the ritual when she was still in the womb, and that's why the matron mother is calling her an abomination. But she's different. She's not just a matron mother, she's also like of the same genetic structure as Paul. So like she has a lot more to her than that. Paul's different, unique because he's a male. There's a big difference between the males and the females based on that thing. Also something that was removed for obvious reasons, modern political reasons. You know what else was also removed for modern political reasons? Tons of shit. Like the fact that the Duke was a pedophile of young boys. Not the Duke, but the Baron. Instead, he liked older women. Not older than him, but like maybe it looked like of legal age women. And he abused them. I don't think he even killed them. But in the books, he diddled little boys. They got rid of that, obviously. They also got rid of one of the main things that Paul was afraid of. Wasn't some war. It wasn't just the war, it was racial consciousness that would lead to genocide. Can't have that. Racial consciousness. What? That's a good thing in modern politics. So all the politically incorrect shit was removed. But back onto the topic. And so what ends up happening is the Baron is there too. Because the Baron's being called while she's being interrogated. The Baron is called to talk to them too while she's being interrogated. And the Baron needs to defend himself because the Emperor doesn't believe this shit. He's like, there's no way, dude. You're working with Paul. Like, you have to be. There's just no way this shit could have happened. And then that's when Paul attacks. He does not nuke human beings. That is a direct violation of their laws. You know what happens if you use nukes on someone? They nuke you fucking back. That's a plot hole in the movies that's just there. He just nukes and he hits people with nukes, with a nuke. In the books, he used the nuke outside of the city to take down the city's shield wall. He didn't even hit the city itself at all. He did it far enough from the city that it just knocked out the shield wall, but did not do anything to the city. It didn't even knock over a fucking building. It was to knock out the shield wall so that the storm could come in and disrupt everything else. So during that ruckus, during the ruckus of the attack, the stuff with his sister gets more and more heated and crazy, and stuff's happening, and the matron mother's freaking out. And at one point, the Baron grabs the little girl and it's like, I got her, she's not getting away. And she uses a poison needle to stab him, and he dies there, like hovering in, like just like hovering there, like his hover things weren't taken away from him. Ugh. And as comically evil as the Baron and them are, you knew they were gonna get their comeuppance. That's just, you can't have comically evil characters like that who don't get their comeuppance. As comically evil as they were just as comically evil in the books. That's not something that was done poorly in the movies. It's just, that's one of the reasons why I think it's a fine story. I liked it, and I'm not a huge fan. It's just I liked it. I liked the Dune books, or I liked the first 2 Dune books. The first one was a little bit confused. The second was a little confusing and weird. I guess it had to be that way because they made Paul too OP. They had to nerf him. So the second book was weird because Paul's nerfed. In the ways they went about that were really weird. And you know what? Another huge thing that they cut out from the first book, or the movies, that are from the first book, that are removed, that were in the first book. The guild, the Spacer Guild, completely removed. That's like removing Frieza from the Frieza saga. It's like, really? Yeah, it's like it was just the Ginyu Force. That there is no Frieza. They didn't have a leader. The Ginyu Force are the leaders. Like it doesn't make sense. Like removing the Spacer Guild is insane. Like it just kind of mentions them a little bit in the first book, and then it basically doesn't mention them in the other. And I mean, it kind of just mentions them a little bit in the first movie, and I don't even remember if it mentioned them in the second movie. I think it did a little bit. It mentioned that they were being bribed, I think, by the Fremen, and I think that's it. Dude, the Spacer Guild is a huge part of the plot. Like, they're like a huge part of the plot. And by the end of the movie, like, they're the ones that are the most threatening to Paul's rule. Like, his potential rule, the most threatening people to Paul's potential rule is the Spacer Guild. And the only way he's able to convince them to fall in line is to threaten to destroy all of the world's spice, which would destroy the universe's spice. And the way that he destroys the spice isn't by nuking it. That wouldn't work. The spice comes from underground. It's by creating a chain reaction with that they would use one of the spice bubble explosions and a chain reaction, because the way spice is created is tied to the sandworms, and sandworms are the way their blood works with water, and the way everything works, everything is tied together. What it basically ultimately means is that they could introduce if they introduce a sandworm's poisoned blood into a spice bubble explosion, it would go deep into the earth, which would create a chain reaction resulting in the death of most, if not all, of the sandworms, which would destroy all production of spice. Like, spice would no longer be made. The only spice that would exist is the spice that's already there, which would mean all faster than light space travel would stop, which also would mean something else I don't think they mentioned in the movies, is the death of billions of people, because anyone who takes spice becomes addicted to the spice, and if you stop having spice for a long enough period of time, you just die. The withdrawals are inevitable, and they unavoidable, I mean, and they result in your death. So all space travel would be that is faster than light would be stopped, resulting in the deaths of billions of people, because of the transportation of agricultural things and things like that to planets that don't have the means to create these things, right? It would isolate everyone. It would result in the deaths of tons of people, and then there'd be a second wave of deaths after. I mean, that or the first wave of deaths though would be the deaths that are caused from the withdrawal of spice. Like if he did that, and 100% of the people in the Spacer Guild would die. There's no one in the Spacer Guild who isn't addicted to spice, because that's how they are. That's how their spacer stuff works. The Spacers are a lesser version of Paul Atreides. They use spice to have a minor sort of precognition ability, which allows them to navigate the spatial shit and not get torn apart when doing faster than light travel. And so everybody in the Spacer Guild, especially the pilots, they're the worst. They take so much spice that they're deformed and turned into these weird monsters. But the lower level guild members still take a ridiculous amount of spice beyond that of the normal human, even more than Fremen. Spacers have blue eyes too. The Spacer Guild, even the lower members, have blue eyes, but they hide it with contact lenses. None of that shit was talked about in the movies. None of it. Cutting out huge sections of the story is whatever. Sometimes it's necessary. But I hope with some of the things I talked about, specifically the crying scene, the most, it demonstrates an uncaring and unintelligent way of handling the film. The fact that they would do that they would take away Paul's one of Paul's more meaningful scenes and turn it into a nothing scene with the mother. That was actually one of the scenes I was looking forward to the most in the second movie. After I watched the first movie, I was like, huh, that's weird. They killed him in the thing, and I wonder how they're going to do that in the second movie. Because that fight was a little bit different. It wasn't in the Sia chat. Oh, yeah, and then I saw the second movie, and wow. Wow! I felt like walking out of the theater when she cried, dude. But without a name or location, I don't know where to start. What's the matter, Crudo? Well, you know. Ha ha ha, what's the worst that could happen? If we just, you know, misplace the letter. But this person is in trouble. He needs our help. I wish there was a way we could find out who this prisoner was. Wait a sec. I did hear about a special case prisoner who was scheduled to be transferred. Where did you hear that, Iris? Let me guess. You were out digging... Hold on here. Let me guess. You were out digging your nose in places where it shouldn't be. I have endured closer scrapes than that. I was just doing a little reconnaissance to find that scumbag Lindheim. That runt's gotta bark. Shut up, knucklehead. Knucklehead. Alright, let's calm down now. Reconnaissance. What the hell did she say? I mean, what the hell did she sigh? Never mind. Hey, Adel. Is this our guy? There's gotta be a way to get to him. We should intercept the transport wagon. Let's break into the prison again. Let's intercept the wagon. Yeah, that's our ticket. We just need to know when the transport is going to take place. And the black market dealer might have the information. Let's find him now. We'll rescue that prisoner one way or another. Let's find him now. Very well. But be vigilant! It may be dangerous as breaking into the prison, but the convoy will still be guarded. I'll arrange for his arrival at the Dandelion. Until then, Godspeed, everyone. Right! I don't even remember why I started talking about that stupid movie, dude. Like, I genuinely got pissed off by that movie. Because I got duped. I only paid $5 to watch it, but that doesn't fucking matter. Like, I want my money back. Like, and now those people who, there's a few less people that I trust when it comes to their judgment in movies. Like, I don't want to give money to people who hate me, and that's what that movie was. Definitely made by people who hate me because I was born wrong.
Sure thing.
Ritual relic added pentacle? What? Ritual relic added musketeer? What's going on? Set mystic circles to inflict enemies with status ailments when stepped upon. Enemies who step within are automatically inflicted with status ailments. Doesn't affect Adel or his companions. Enhancing increases the type of status ailments that can be afflicted. Create decoys to lower them more easily. What the hell is this? Fire gravity orbs that draw in and damage enemies. The musketeer periodically fires orbs of gravity that ground enemies and deal damage to them. Orbs will fire on their own, increase its range and effect.
All right, let's get to prepping. Leave it to me. What do you think?
I don't have the things I need to craft these things. This Crimson Spar, I need to start getting some of this
That
stuff.
should do it. Which do you want?
None of them.
Backing out? You just let me know. Hey!
Oh boy, Warden himself shows up and you know we're on the hook. If he finds out I'm here, he might suspect that you are too. I was going to top off our supplies, but I think I'd better lay low for a spell. Need something to keep myself busy. I'll just start by reorganizing the shelves.
You just let me know.
That's a lot of cherries. He's been hearing the strangest rumors in prison. About the prison. But he's not going to say more, right? That's what I thought. Ah, the new store has opened. Thanks for letting me know. You've informed me of 22 stores so far. If there are any errands I could do, just say the word. What happened to youth made me want to work even harder. I tried serving customers, but all I did was scare them away. It's all because of this mask, though I'm used to it by now. Still, I wish it was cuter. Maybe then fewer people would run away from me.
Stay safe out there.
Sure.
I'm really sorry about that. My siblings dropped in unannounced like that. Don't worry, I'll make up for the leaving early by working twice as hard. Maybe it was the Coliseum talk that reminded me of the second Dune movie. Hey, well, that's the warden over there, isn't it? Shantae should be able to deal with him just fine, but I've got some kind of complicated history with the Roman soldiers.
You just take your time. Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch. Anything else I can get you? Don't be a stranger.
Doot 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 doot. A merchant caravan that has been lodging in the town left a few days ago, and they haven't been spotted since. Last I heard, they were into Mount Eldor. I think we saw them. To gather some medicinal herbs. I'm drafting together a search party to go check on them. And see me at the Trading Bureau for further details. Baldwin. We came across a stuffed animal that someone lost. It certainly wasn't lacking for love. But by the look of it, could we ask you to find its rightful owner for us? We're sure they must be worried sick. We'll be waiting at the inn of the west gate of Artisan Lane. The following solicitation was posted in private away from the eyes of the average patron. It's come to my attention that yet another inmate in Balduc prison has been wrongfully convicted. I'd like to ask for everyone's assistance in rescuing them. Come talk to me for more details. A dense nest of torrential eggs has been found in the depths of the dry moat ruins. We would be remiss to leave them as they are. Thus, I ask that you assist me in subduing them. Report to me once you've found success in your efforts. I shall be waiting at the ruined belfry in the central district. Berserker's Mask, huh? There are two major mountains to the north of Balduc. One is the site of the Jillian Mines, the other is Eldor, the sacred mountain. The Jillian Mines have maintained their use and importance to this day. But the Shrine of Eldor fell into disuse ages ago. Supposedly, pilgrimages to its summit were much more common in St. Rosvita's time.
How's your progress?
Discovered 30 graffiti locations. Not quite enough to merit a new level of achievement, but keep working at it. What? It's not every 10? How dare you? Turns out these recent thefts were carried out by the Monstrums and imposters. They say it was the real ones who caught them, but I'm not sure about that one. I happened to decide to come by today as well. Just to set the record straight, I'm not here to watch over my assistant. The Miliane Plains are just outside the main gates, and littered with Norse ruins. It's simply the perfect starting point for my research, nothing more. I recognize this aroma. This is the silhouettes cooking. Alright, last few people here. Hey, ain't that the warden? What's he doing here all the way from the prison? You think he's looking for the Monstrums? Jeez, guys got a serious lack of chill. Are you the manager of this establishment? Then I have a series of questions for you. There are witnesses who claim they've seen Monstrums in this facility. Where's there's smoke, there's fire. Explain yourselves at once. Oh, but it is just a tiny eensy-weensy misunderstanding, my adorable warning. The Monstrums are nothing more than a marketing gimmick. We just love dressing up as Monstrums. Perhaps our staff was mistaken for the real ones? What? You're serving customers dressed as Monstrums? Absolutely. It's an absolute hit with the locals. Oh no. What have I done? I've divulged the secret of the Dandelion's success. Grrr. Humph. I don't care about how you run your business. I concede that we were misled by the rumors of the Monstrums working here. However, I cannot dismiss this possibility that they will not show themselves here in the future. I'll have my guards keep a close eye on this place. You don't have any objections, do you? Why, of course not. I feel that much safer with you protecting me, Warden. Heart. Don't worry, my dear. Shantae will take care of this. Heart. We of the garrison have enough matters to attend to as it is. I don't intend to waste any more time on you fools on this fool's errand. But let me promise you this. Those wretched Monstrums will be ours. We'll have your fullest cooperation, I trust. And that should be everyone. Yeah, that's everybody. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Are you on your way out, everyone? What the? What's Dollface doing out of the shop? It would appear that Mrs. Richardo has caught on to my what? Serotipia. Why can't I say I'm not gonna look at the word. Surreptitious. I'm putting too much. I'm either not putting any emphasis on the P or I'm putting too much emphasis on the P. Excursion. Surreptitious excursions. There we go. I think I said it with the right. Finally, surreptitious. There we go. That one was 100%. That was right. I didn't put any emphasis on any letters necessarily. I could not make that word come out of my mouth. I was about to just Porky Pig it. As much, I no longer believe there to be any point in concealing them. I no longer believe there to be any point in concealing them. You're probably right about that. In any case, I would like to accompany you from here on, if you would allow it. You're always welcome at the Dandelion.
Yeah.
I actually just told her no, technically. You have my thanks. It pleases me to work together with you again. Anamani has joined your party. Surreptitious. There, look, I can say it now. Jeez. So where's Ammonia? That's what I'm gonna call her, by the way. Ammonia. Either that or some sort of gibbering madness. A bar. It is a place where people consume provisions and libations. Since I am a doll, I don't even know what libations mean. Does that mean alcohol? I've always thought it meant alcohol. Libations. But the way she's saying it almost seems like she means more than alcohol. Like she might mean liquids. I thought it just meant alcohol. I'd never seen the definition, but the way it's always been referenced, it's like it normally is referencing something that's intoxicating. So, libations. Define libations. Oh, this doesn't say alcohol. This is a drink poured out as an offering to a deity. That is not even kind of close to what I thought it meant. The pouring out of a drink. Okay, I gotta. This is Google. Let's look at Webster and Cambridge. An act of pouring liquid as a sacrifice to a
libation.
Yeah, I'm like, maybe I'm not spelling it right. No, that's spelled correctly. A liquid such as wine used in a libation. The act or instance of drinking, often ceremoniously. Aha! This is the only way I've ever heard it referred to. Definition 2B. Beverage, especially a drink containing alcohol. Uh-huh. His favorite libation is a scotch on the rocks. There's 4 definitions, and the final definition is the only way I've ever heard that word used. Which is interesting because I've read books and seen movies where they pour drinks out to the dead, normally though. But a couple of times to as a sacrifice. What the books? Some books about like Norse stuff is where I've seen that the most often, where it was like part of a sacrifice. Danish, really, I shouldn't say Norse, Danish. Like some Danish Vikings I've read a lot of stuff about that, fiction I should say, and they frequently do that kind of thing. Sacrifice like a bull or drinks and things, just random stuff. It's a frequent part of their writing, of their stories, I should say. Stories about them, I should say. I sort have heard of it the second way, which would be drinking for an anniversary. But really, because yeah, it says ceremoniously, so that would mean it's not drinking during your anniversary. It would be like as a ceremony to celebrate your anniversary, you have a drink. So, a bachelor party, you would refer to those drinks as libations in the second sense of the definition, or the third, I mean. Okay, I finally know what that word truly means now. I wish people would use it less, because it feels to me like people are using it because of a thesaurus. Thesaurus. Alcohol. Yeah, I think that people are using a thesaurus and they're like, oh yeah, that's a cool way of saying it. That doesn't seem like, according to this, unless this is outdated information, that is one of the lower forms of the way they use the word. Okay. Like, how do I make someone seem smart? I don't want them to say alcohol or beer. Well, normally I think the go-to is to call it liquor. I think that is a word that they try to make smart people say sometimes. Not always, because lots of people say liquor. I don't know. Oh, I have to click on the screen. Since I am a doll, I do not require sustenance, though I am curious what it is like to eat. Let's see. Maybe when she said libation, she was actually referring to a ritual. For her, it actually might make sense for her to call it a ritual, because she might think of the act of eating in itself a ritual. Where it's a mundane act for everyone else, it would be a ritualistic thing for her to when she observes it, because it's not necessary. Possibly. I'd like to accompany. Okay. A bar. It is a place where people consume provisions and libations. No. Because that's a double. That's saying consume. So they're consuming libations, is what she's saying. But to. So she's saying consume. Because consuming is. Unless she's using it in the fourth definition, then she would be saying consume. So she has to be using it in the fourth definition, which is okay. Look, sometimes I'm interested in language. Let's see. My neighbor's kidnapping chickens. So weird, dude. Let me put my phone on the charger. Seeing this, I feel that I am about to recollect a memory. A memory that is long ago I witnessed something just like this. Adel, I am certain that more of my memories will return as long as I am with you. Until preparations are complete, I shall remain here. There are things there I cannot experience at the antique shop. Alright, that's it finally. Sorry about that very long tangent about the word libation. Just...
Let's go!
Leave it to me!
I felt it was finally time. Who has the most experience? He does.
Taking point.
Leave it to me!
Okay.
Let's go!
Understood.
Leave it to me! Let's go!
Understood.
Leave it to me!
Let go!
Damn it all. Just who are those monstrums? Even with the warden heading the search, we still haven't gotten even one. Worry not. We will continue to search for those monstrums as best we can. If you happen to see them, don't hesitate to make a report at once, understood?
Yeah. Whoa!
What the heck happened?
As is to be expected.
They've been upgraded. Those were brand new dudes. That wasn't a normal raid at all. Not for this area. This is like the first area. These raids in this area were much lower level. Are they all like that now?
Lemires!
How about down in here?
Off we go. Off we go.
Look who's here.
It is vulnerable. Will you You can't escape. Yeah.
Felix Big. Ah, did I give another message? I thought my phone just made a sound, but I don't see it. Guess not. Alright, Felix's big bullfight is today. I was thinking of attending. A father ought to see his son at work. Still, something about this rubs me the wrong way. Felix, I wonder if that's her boyfriend.
Lemires!
Oh yeah.
You shan't escape.
Yeah.
Mark and the others have been wanting to visit UFOs at the bar for a while now, so you can imagine how excited they got once they finally had an excuse. What I don't get is why she'd want to hide those wonderful little siblings of her. I don't get why she wants to hide a lot of the stuff that she hides.
Welcome, welcome.
She's a dirty little hider is what she is. Hey, Felix is going to be on today's bullfight. I've got farm work to take care of, but I'd love to cheer him on one of these days. One of these days.
Take as long as you need. What, come back soon, you hear?
Ain't getting away from me.
It is vulnerable. You shan't escape. You can do it. You shan't escape. Switch.
Did he learn yet another skill? Yeah. We'll have to get in a fight so we can see what it is. What the hell's a snowball?
Commencing extermination. You shan't escape. A most impressive.
So it's a pretty strong dash move. I like it.
You shan't escape. With an effort indeed.
The Swift Raid is definitely one of my favorite moves of his at the moment. I'm gonna max out this multi-stab move and then replace it with a dash. Having a dash move, I feel, is like important.
Lemires detected.
Even though the move I'm gonna sub out for is a very good single target move, I just wanna substitute
getting away
out
from
that
me.
one. Prefer that button for that purpose, and this one's currently assigned to that button. It's the first time you've got a dash move. I suppose we could check on those chests to see if they'll let us interact with those yet.
Whoa! We have to take care of him! Noxie! You should stay back! Most impressive. I live in a shanty town, but I work in the sweeping job during the afternoons. Vesta's is in charge of the sidewalks, and I can handle all the waterways. I've got a lot of money to saved up now, and the white cats stopped coming by. You heard the Monstrums have been turning into the city-wide attraction of sorts. We get sightseeing merchants in on the daily asking where to find them. Kinda makes me hope that they don't get caught by the authorities in a way.
How are things going?
That brings you up to a total of 8. Keep at it. So I need to find one more before he'll give me something new. Greetings, friend of the dandelion. Oh, pardon me, miss. Are you referring to me? How may I be of assistance? Nothing really. I just thought that you looked like my daughter. She passed away many years ago, and I was an unexpected tragedy. I see. Then you are mistaken. It is merely a coincidence. You shouldn't be so cold, ammonia.
Whoa! We have to take care of him!
Hey, that skill's mastered, just like I wanted. So now, let's replace this mastered skill here, which is really good skill, by the way. Early game for, at least. Hopefully it stays that way. And replace it with this Swift Raid.
Okay!
Understood.
Nope, still won't let me in there. No idea why those chests are so important that it doesn't let me have access to them. If they want me to have access to those games late game, why don't they just put those games somewhere late game? And when I checked this morning, that's when I discovered the loveliest little boom. I just say broom. I may have not. It may not be very potent, but I think it's just delightful if you could make some use of it. Bloom, I think is what she said. I'm sure I can find a way. I appreciate your help. Oh, now, if you want to thank anyone, thank my son. It's thanks to his research on medicinal herbs that I grew anything more than a sprout. Is that right? I suppose the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wait, what?
Are you hurt anywhere?
Does that saying apply in that situation? I guess. Like, it sort of applies in that situation? I've been acquainted with Miss Noah here for quite a while now. Even now, she makes time to deliver us some of her medicinal, or takes time to deliver us some of her medicinal herbs. Family life has taken a toll on her, but it goes to show the strength of her devotion.
If you're hurt, come to me right away. No, you must take better care of yourself.
Look who's here.
Hello. Yes.
Wait, what? What's missing? I don't understand. Why is it changing the layout? Oh, because it... Oh, okay, I see.
Oh, come again, okay?
I wasn't, like... Some of those things, I just don't even, like, they don't even exist to me. It's just, like, extra UI that doesn't matter. So it was removing one of those extra UIs that didn't matter to me, and then I thought it was something more important.
You can't escape. I have leveled up.
Welcome. I carry only the best. Guaranteed. Enough. Come back soon.
So what I'm proposing is that we reserve the place for the day. Of course, only those who know the password will be allowed in. We ain't letting regular folks get dragged into this with us. That's our creed. But if you get in our way, we won't go easy. I don't know who you are, but scram. Who is this guy? Oh, honestly, the orders it never ends with you, do they? And what's with all the password business? Don't tell me that you think it's cool. Customer, sorry. I got a little caught up in the conversation here. If it really throws me off for people call out to me right when I'm about to start cooking. I was just about to get ready to make my most popular item on the menu. Pairing it with liquor demands a careful, seasoned hand, but it's simple otherwise. If you're up for it, why not have a go at making some yourself? I'll eat just about anything if it goes with booze.
Please, take a gander.
Jeez, dude. Gaston's always like this. I really wish he'd find somewhere else to host their little secret meetings.
Looking for anything specific? I appreciate your visit. Anything. Hope to see you again soon.
Need something?
I feel like there's someone I forgot to talk to that was a vendor, and I bought or went to their other thing but forgot to do the talk feature to them. As a former officer of the Glean army, measuring up our foes was my specialty. I'd say the Crimson King is about as skilled a swordsman as yourself. With that in mind, if my hunch was right, what am I saying? I'll stop there before I embarrass myself.
Just got some good stuff in. Where you going, huh?
Everybody needs Crimson Spire except for her. He's iron still.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then, indeed. He is the second highest level, so you go into the reserve.
My time to shine.
We're going to be cycling characters out quite a bit based on that.
Ain't getting away from where you go. It's over.
I knew you could do it.
That had a ridiculously long reach. What was that?
Yes.
My stomach remedy you prescribed me, that stomach remedy you prescribed me was impressively effective. Allow me to offer you my thanks, doctor. Oh, don't you even mention it. You seemed a bit under the weather back when I gave a screening to you in prison. Being an interrogator must take a lot out of you. Your stomach would be aching too if you had to deal... Your stomach would be aching too if you had to deal with the half of the eccentrics I have. Even now, I'm in the midst of investigating a suspicious rumor. My work is never done. Dear, it certainly seems like it. Try not to overdo it out there, okay?
Over here, sir.
Our place has gotten a pretty good rep with the people from the Noble District. One of the government's general officers is a regular here during the break, in fact. We'll show the new bar that opened at the gates exactly who they're dealing with.
Everything's a good choice. Thank you very much.
Oh, I have one of those already.
Wanna come again soon?
A number of townsfolk have approached us asking for Master Chattelard. Has been. I suppose it's only natural. He's practically a symbol of peace in the people of Balduc. I understand he must be busy, but I wish he'd find the time to patrol with us on occasion. In we go. The Noble District Cultural Heritage Site falls under the church's jurisdiction. We received word that some tourists are vandalizing the land and monuments there. It's a familiar festival season occurrence, but I'm not sure I can abide by it this year.
You've been a great help.
Alright, so baked potato. Looks delicious. I hope you'll consider donating again. May the hieroglyph bestow fortune upon you. This is the third alms you have donated to the church. Allow me to thank you on behalf of your congregation.
Please, take this.
Ooh, another bottle. Nice. Charity is its own reward. Indeed. But good works passed along to others beget the very same in return. You need not worry, I insist. This is, I hope you consider donating again. Oh. Is that so? Very well. I shall wait your next work. Ah, Credo. Have you heard the latest news about the orphanage? With the dwindling number of orphans in town, plans to rebuild it have been all but ceased. Perhaps the proof is enough that peace has finally been restored to our city. I do get a tad lonesome without the little ones, but we should be grateful if anything.
Leave it to me!
The sight of that run-down orphanage gets me feeling a bit lonesome, I admit. But if anything, we should be grateful that it's no longer necessary these days.
Taking point.
I got this.
I wonder if he would have said that even if he wasn't in the front of the party. Perhaps you already knew this, but the Hieroglyph Knights actually have 2 Cynicals. One is currently away on leave. How many his subordinates hold him in the high esteem? I'm sure they long for his return. I can't help but worry for him. Hopefully he's making a swift recovery.
Okay, then.
What are they talking about? Did they restore the painting? No. I think it was there, wasn't it? Or was it some... No, it wasn't here. It was somewhere else, wasn't it? No, it was here. It's been moved. No, it was here, right? Yeah, I think it was there. Yeah, let's go to the district of not rich people. The warden, the shanty town? Something like that. I don't remember what the hell they called it anymore. Yeah, Shantytown. You know, we actually received a notice from the Pendleton Company the other day. Seems they intend on moving forward with the depopulation efforts in their at their mines. It'll take no small amount of time before our water is clean enough for daily use again. But it's a small comfort to know that they plan on making amends instead of leaving us dry.
Look who's here.
That is an expensive move. That explains why it's so powerful. Tell me where to watch where I'm going. I'll slap you in your damn mouth. Your mom needs to watch where she's going. Maybe if she went to less dockside bars, we wouldn't have you in this world. I've been feeling better, but I took a trip to the clinic just to be safe. It was no small hassle, however, given how far it is to the main gates. How that I think of it. We once had another doctor in town until 5 years ago. A nice fellow, that one. He'd make rounds at the shanty town every now and then. Then one day, he suddenly went missing. His own family was left behind, but they still live in Balduke on this day. It's an unsettling tale, to be sure. His own family was left behind, yeah. It's an unsettling tale, to be sure, but not at all an uncommon one here in Balduke.
Is that the Monstrums?
Commencing extermination.
Up yours, bats.
Yep.
What? Most pointlessly, stupidly, weirdly thing. Forget about sending money to the missus. My whole life is a total wreck. How in the hell am I supposed to pay off a debt that's squared in the millions? What, millions? I don't even have millions. Shit, here it comes. The insatiable thirst for a good long drink.
Welcome.
The warden came here, storming up household in search of the Monstrums. Apparently, Mr. Big Shot thinks they're hiding out here in the shantytown. You know, Crispy Bacon never came back, by the way. Still, gotta respect the guy for coming all the way over in prison.
This is as quality gets.
If I got that baked potato.
Needs come again.
take him out.
Where you go? I'm yours!
Off we go.
Everyone drop dead!
Off we go.
There's so many new skills. So many of them are lunge moves. He's very much a flying forward kind of character. Hi Ivan, you're looking kind of down. Here, take this. It's a bouquet. Just for you. So cheer up, will you? I just thought I'd check out the store is all. Wait, do you mean this bouquet is all by... Did you get this bouquet all by yourself? Sure did. Didn't you hear? I'm learning how to be a florist. Every day I learn a little bit more. It's been super fun. You're kidding. Wow. I didn't even know what to... I don't even know what to say. Look, I got some practice flowering and made a bouquet all by myself. I've been learning all sorts of stuff at the shop. It's a lot of fun too. Only a kid and already she's having more fun on the job than I ever had. Talk about being left in the dust.
Leave it to me.
Find everything you need here.
Oh, Miss Krisha, perfect timing. We've just received a letter from that Asteria company that we've been talks with. They said they've signed a contract with us, and if we'd be willing to make them potpourris. We don't actually carry potpourris. Potpourri at the moment. Potpourri. Is that how you spell potpourri? No, there's no way. Potpourri. Holy shit. That's how you spell potpourri? Am I mispronouncing it?
Potpourri.
What in the fuck? Who butchered that word? Why is potpourri spelled potpourri? Potpourri. Putrid pot. Bro, why is it pronounced potpourri? Like, that actually pisses me off. Do not spell a word P-O-T-P-O-U-R-R-I and say it's pronounced potpourri. That's not even... Like, where the fuck is the L? Potpourri. Why is there a U? Why end it with an I? This is the most pretentiously spelled word I have ever fucking seen in my life. I want to slap whoever decided to spell it this way. Well, if that's all they're asking, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I've actually been researching how to make potpourri on the side, in fact. I'll finish whipping up a prototype so we can send them a sample of it with our reply. Sounds like a plan. I'll start drafting a response.
What can I get for you?
I'm genuinely pissed off
come
by
back
the
soon,
spelling
you hear?
and pronunciation of potpourri.
Maybe we should go soon.
Like, someone must pay for this.
allow me. Yeah.
The hell is happening? Stop it.
Look who's here. I got
It's over!
Hawk is a little aggressive. He's just a little aggressive, you know?
Lemuri's detected.
It's over!
That's right, I haven't used his new move yet. I keep killing everything instantly. Hawk is just that way, you know? What? I can go in here? Where am I? Oh, I see. Just a shortcut. Come on, I gotta use his new move. There we go. There's a chance.
Ain't getting away from me.
Another one? All of his moves consist of dashing forward. And then stabbing a bunch. Odd.
Hey!
Hey Vepper, how's it going, man? Hey Cascade. This is exactly how you spell potpourri. It pisses me off, man. Did you see this, Vepper? Do you know how you spell potpourri? Take a guess on how to spell potpourri. Go ahead and type potpourri in the chat. How do you think you would spell the word potpourri? And then I'll tell you that you'll be just as pissed as me. I got my hands on a history book that sheds some light on Saint Rasava's past. So I was reading this game's words, and I started reading one of these words, and then I wasn't quite sure what the word meant, but through the context of what they were saying, I realized that they might have been referring to potpourri. And I was like, that's not how you spell potpourri. Either that's not how you spell it, or I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Apparently that is how you spell it, and I am pronouncing it correctly. I sold out almost instantly. Even the town custodian got himself a copy. If that doesn't show you how much the city loves the saint, nothing will. Though I guess where there was that incident with the stolen statue, blasphemous, right? Still, Balduke has a good appreciation for culture and tradition overall. I like that.
Always a pleasure. Enough to come back soon. Huh. 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 What the? Huh.
Kitty! Meow! Meow meow. Okay.
Where you go? It's over!
It is dangerous. Please, stay back. There you go!
I'll kill you!
Huck! We need
You looked it up, I guess? That's some bullshit. That is the most, either the most pretentiously pronounced or pretentiously spelled word in my entire fucking life that I have ever seen. Like, I am genuinely disgusted by the spelling / pronunciation of the word potpourri. I have less respect for humanity than I did before I saw that word spelled out.
Come on in.
I had to go deal with some work-related business over in the prison, but I could swear I saw Master Shadowlord there too for some reason. The prison's under Roman army control. What would someone like him be doing there?
Can I help you find anything? Come again soon. Welcome.
There's no Baldukian out there more widely acclaimed than the Saint. But if I had to choose a runner-up, I suppose it would be Master Shadowlord. In both cases, it is their devotion to Glia that made them so beloved as heroes. The people of Balduke won't forget how much they owe to them. I'm sure of that. It's not even that. You spelled it wrong. It's spelled poor. They squeezed a U in there too, unnecessarily. And it's Pori, so it should be P-O-R-Y or P-O-R-I if you wanted to be a little pretentious and weird, but it should just be P-O-R-Y. Pori. That the Y makes the O sound, but instead they're doing it P-O-U in order to make the the po sound, right? But then they also put R-R because they don't want you to have the U make the U sound, and then they end it with the Y to get the E sound, and then on top of that it's spelled pot, not pole. Like, I am offended by that word. All right? And because offense is how the world is governed now, that word must be deleted. No one can use that word anymore. I find it offensive. It should be spelled P-O-L-P-O-R-Y. You just appreciated being able to re-trigger. Bro. Hey. I loathe that word. I can't believe.
Are you looking for something? Done. Come again, okay?
I can't believe it.
Let's take him out. I'll drill ya.
Functional aberration.
That's not how it's spelled in this house if you want dinner. Exactly.
Lemires detected.
Bro, that's some max difficulty level spelling it. Like at a spelling bee. Imagine getting that word at a spelling bee, bro. That's like max difficulty right there. If you haven't seen that word spelled, you are not spelling that word correctly. It's just not happening. There's not a person on earth who's gonna spell that word correctly without being told how it's spelled the first time. That shit just got some make-believe letters in it. Like, why the hell is there a T when you pronounce it pole? Like, I was like, oh, maybe I'm adding an L when you're not supposed to add an L. But then I said pulpery.
Potpourri.
See? Like, that's they're doing the L too, right? I'm not crazy, right? They're putting an L in there. Potpourri. They're not saying potpourri. They're saying pulpery.
Yep.
Lemires!
It's over!
Off we go.
Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for today, guys. Potpourri. Potpourri or potpourri. I think it's supposed to be potpourri. I think it's supposed to be pronounced potpourri with no L. I hear an L every time I hear it pronounced, though.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's unforgivable. That's gonna be it for today, guys. Thank you guys very much for coming. I appreciate it. I hope to see you guys the next time I stream, which will be tomorrow. Same cat time, same cat channel. I did make the thumbnail for Hollow Knight, so maybe we'll play Hollow Knight tomorrow. I don't know. I wanted to make I pulled up the old thumbnail I had for Hollow Knight, and then I realized the old thumbnail I had is out of date. It doesn't use the it doesn't use the picture of the cat. It uses my old cat picture. And I was like, oh, let me update that. But for some reason I forgot to save the base version of this file, so I couldn't just update it. I had to remake it completely. And so I went to try to find this background, and Google image search is so fucking trash now that it took me like a half an hour to 45 minutes. And I just ended up, I could not find it. After about a half an hour to 45 minutes, I could not find a high-res version of this image with Google image search. There was just no way of fucking finding it within half an hour to 45 minutes. That is how fucking useless Google is now. The way I ended up finding the high-definition version of this image to make the new thumbnail was by looking for the Hollow Knight press kit. So I downloaded the Hollow Knight press kit and downloaded the high resolution version of this image. and remade. Oh, this is the old one, and then I remade it. To have the kitty. As you can see, it's the high resolution version. The highest I could find was 720p. I could not find a 1080p one. When you would zoom in on the 720, it was just much more blurry than this, and so I was like, screw that. And you know, I like Hornet a whole bunch, so the base version of this does not come with this, and it doesn't come with Hornet. Instead, it's just him and the troop in the background. So if I had to add Hornet in there behind Hollow Knight, like coming for him. A dollar. Shaw. And then I put the title in there behind Hollow Knight because, you know, I like to have the title, but I don't like it to obscure the main character. Shaw. Get good. Anyways, have a nice night, everybody. I hope to see you next time I stream. Surprised Soren didn't have anything to say about... I'm surprised Soren didn't have anything to say about me showing the thumbnails for Hollow Knight, because he's been talking about it for a lot, so I think he's looking forward to it. Looking forward to it! Good night, everyone. Bye.